네, 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다.
May I have your attention, please? At 10 a.m., we'd like to start the opening ceremony of the 2025 Global AI Talent and Education Forum. Please make your way to the hall and be seated. And to minimize any potential interruptions during the event, please make sure all your mobile devices are on silent mode. And today we are providing simultaneous interpretation service. If you need interpretation assistance, please wear the device for interpretation and tune the device to channel 1 for Korean, channel 2 for English, and channel 3 for Uzbek.
Please. The opening ceremony of the Global AI Talent and Education Forum 2025 will begin momentarily at 10 a.m. We kindly ask all participants to please proceed inside and take your seats. And also for smooth running of today's event, please set your mobile phones off or switch them onto silent mode for a smooth process. Now, simultaneous interpretation service is provided in Korean, English, and Uzbek during the opening ceremony. So please use your receivers and tune into channel 1 for Korean, channel 2 for English, and channel 3 for Uzbek. Thank you very much for your cooperation and support. 네, 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다.
May I have your attention, please? Shortly, we are going to commence the opening ceremony of 2025 Global AI Talent and Education Forum. Please make your way to the hall and be seated. And to minimize potential interruptions during the event, please make sure all your mobile devices are on mute. And today we are providing simultaneous interpretation service. If you need communication assistance, please wear the interpretation device and tune the device to channel 1 for Korean, channel 2 for English, and channel 3 for Uzbek.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please?
The opening ceremony of the Global AI Talent and Education Forum 2025 will begin momentarily. We kindly ask all participants to please proceed inside and take your seats. And also for smooth running of today's event, please set your mobile phones onto silent mode for smooth process. Now, simultaneous interpretation service is provided in Korean, English, and Uzbek during the opening ceremony. So please use your receivers and tune into channel 1 for Korean, channel 2 for English, and channel 3 for Uzbek. Thank you so much for your cooperation and support. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to begin the opening ceremony. We kindly ask all participants to please take your seats. And as everyone is seated, we would like to begin the opening ceremony. Thank you so much for your cooperation and support. 네, 먼저 인사드리겠습니다. 여러분 안녕하십니까?
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 2025 Global AI Talent and Education Forum. I am your host for the day, Park Sang-yeon. It is a great pleasure to meet you all.
감사합니다.
Thank you.
AI 3대 강국 도약을 위해 마음을 모아주시는 분들께서 이 자리에
So
함께
we are honored to be with all the experts in the AI ecosystem, and we are here in order to establish an ecosystem where all these efforts are made for Korea to become one of the 3 major AI powerhouses in the global society. This forum, which is being held under the theme Global Talent and Education Cooperation Strategies for the AI Era, is hosted by the Ministry of Education of Republic of Korea and organized in collaboration with KEDI and CARIS and the APAC International Education Cooperation Institute. In addition, as an official side event of this forum, the second Korea-Uzbekistan University President Forum will take place this afternoon. It is co-hosted by the Ministry of Education of Korea and the Ministry of Preschool and School Education of Uzbekistan. And on the second day of the program, December 5th, the Korea OECD seminar will take place, hosted by the Ministry of Education of Republic of Korea, organized by the OECD and the Korea Education Development Institute. Lastly, throughout the duration of the event, exhibition booths prepared by the Korea Education and Research Information Service, the National Institute for International Education, and the Korean Council for University Education are available in the foyer in front of the grand ballroom. Let me begin by introducing the distinguished guest joining us today. Whenever I call each one of the distinguished guests, please welcome them with a big round of applause. First, we are honored to have Minister Choi Kyo-jin, Minister of Education of Korea, who has provided unwavering support for this forum. Thank you. We have Chairman Kim Young-ho, Chair of the National Assembly's Education Committee. Welcome, Chairman. We are also joined by Mr. Im Moon-young, Executive Vice Chairperson of the Presidential Committee on the National Artificial Intelligence Strategy. His Excellency Alisher Abdusalamov, Ambassador of the Republic of Uzbekistan to the Republic of Korea, is with us today. We are also pleased to welcome Mr. Uzokboy Bezimklov, Head Representative of Uzbekistan for the Korea-Uzbekistan University President's Forum.
Of Higher Education Personnel under the Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Innovation of the Republic of Uzbekistan. Thank you very much for your presence.
Now we have Mr. Choi Ki-jun, President of Aju University, the coordinating university for the Korea-Uzbekistan University President Forum. We also have Mr. Yang Oh-bong, President of the Korean Council for University Education, who is supporting the University President Forum. And we are also joined by Mr. Dongdaemun, President of the Korea Education and Research Information Service, who is overseeing the education exhibition booth. Last but not least, we have Mr. Han Sang-shin, President of the National Institute for International Education, who is operating the promotional booth. Thank you. But in the interest of time, we're not able to introduce every distinguished guest individually. Now, let us officially open the 2025 Global AI Talent Development and Education Forum. I'd like to invite Mr. Choi Kyo-jin to deliver the opening remarks.
Education for the
대한민국 교육부 장관님
활약해 주십시오.
하겠습니다.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Choi Kyo-jin, the Minister of Education of Korea. Esteemed domestic and international education leaders, and I would like to welcome all of you to the 2025 Global AI Talent and Education Forum 2025 GATE. First, I'd like to express my deep gratitude to all the introduced VIPs, especially Kim Young-ho, the chairman of the National Assembly Education Committee, and Im Moon-young, the vice chair of the Korea AI Strategy Council, and Ambassador Alisher Abdusalamov of Uzbekistan. Thank you for your attendance. And I also extend my thanks to the heads of related agencies, university presidents from both home and abroad, and representatives from embassies in Korea, and education experts who have traveled long distances to attend for today's forum. Today's forum is a gathering dedicated to global educational cooperation for leap toward becoming the top 3 AI powerhouses. I hope it will be a meaningful occasion for discussing collaborative strategies among various countries to nurture AI talents and promote inclusive AI education. In November, the Ministry of Education of the Republic of Korea announced the AI talent development plan for all, and we are now pursuing three core tasks. First, universal AI education covering the entire lifespan. We aim to expand access to education so that all citizens can acquire basic AI literacy and digital literacy as well, and we will strengthen teachers' capabilities to effectively utilize AI, thereby supporting innovative classroom practices in schools. Secondly, we aim to establish seamless pathways for talent development. This includes expanding specialized high school programs in AI and software, and at the university level, implementing fast track programs connecting undergraduate, master's, and doctoral degrees to enable outstanding talent to enter research and industry sectors more quickly. Third, we aim to create an environment where talent can stay and grow. This includes prioritizing AI experts in hiring faculty at national and public universities and improving systems such as salary and retirement age exemption to establish a foundation that allows world-class researchers to continue their work at universities and research institutes. And at the heart of all these policies lies the goal of fostering inclusive AI talent development, ensuring that no one is left behind. Alongside nurturing domestic talent, the Ministry of Education will collaborate with international partners such as OECD and Uzbekistan to jointly establish a global talent development framework that supports Korea's leap toward becoming one of the top three AI powerhouses. Furthermore, we will strengthen policy support to ensure that both domestic learners and international students feel motivated to learn, work, and settle in Korea. And also for today's forum, the Korea OECD Seminar and the Korea Uzbekistan University Present Forum held alongside with this forum will serve as an opportunity to elevate international collaboration in future talent development and higher education in the AI era. Esteemed guests, Korea is now progressing toward its bold goal of becoming one of top three AI powerhouses. However, such a leap cannot be achieved by efforts of a single nation alone. I hope that today's GATE Forum will serve as a meaningful starting point that goes beyond mere knowledge sharing, opening both the gate to the world of AI and the gate to the future together. The Ministry of Education will take the lead alongside all of you in advancing inclusive and responsible global AI education collaboration. Once again, I sincerely thank everyone for taking the time to participate. Furthermore, I sincerely thank all the institutions and stakeholders who worked hard to prepare for this forum. With that, I now declare the opening of the 2025 Global AI Talent and Education Forum 2025 Gate. Thank you. It was very meaningful words from the minister. Today's vision will be more clear by his comments. The education for the next generation and AI for all. It was his key message. Next, we will have congratulatory remarks from Chairman Kim Young-ho of the Education Committee. So,
Member of the National Assembly of the Republic of Korea, the Chair and Committee of Education. Please welcome with a big hand.
네, 안녕하십니까.
Good morning, everyone. I am Kim Young-ho, Chair of the Education Committee at the National Assembly of the Republic of Korea. First of all, I'd like to extend my sincere congratulations on the opening of the 2025 Global AI Talent Development and Education Forum. And also my special thanks goes to Minister Choi Kyu-jin and all those who have prepared this meaningful event, as well as all the distinguished guests who have joined us from Korea and abroad. Today, AI is no longer just a technology. It has become a new social infrastructure that's transforming our industries, jobs, daily lives, and entire communities. And against this backdrop, the Korean government has designated AI as the new driving engine for the growth of Korean economy. we are making sure that everyone in Korea can utilize the AI. That's why we are preparing for customized AI-based education from elementary school to universities. And also, we are encouraging the cultivation of AI experts. However, we are very well aware that the true competitiveness in the AI era does not come from building higher barriers between nations. Removing the national barriers between countries, we need to establish an ecosystem where every global citizen can establish a new future based on AI. This forum is grounded in that recognition, bringing us together to discuss global AI talent development strategies and an education cooperation ecosystem that promotes inclusive AI learning. Distinguished guests, today I'd like to especially highlight 3 points. First, the core of AI talent competitiveness lies in broadening the foundation. It is not nations with a handful of but nations where many citizens can understand and utilize AI will lead the future opportunities. Second, the competition for AI talent has already crossed national borders. We now live in an era where what matters is not where one is born, but where one learns, research, works, and builds a life. Rather than closing their doors, countries must work together to build a global talent ecosystem, linking education, research, and academia industry cooperation network. In 2025, GATE should become the shared platform where the world learns and grows together. Third, AI education is ultimately about people, not technology. Therefore, the education in the AI era must clearly contribute to learners' growth, teachers' professional capacity, and the reduction of educational disparities. The Education Committee of the National Assembly will spare no effort in providing policy support to nurture future talent for the AI-driven digital era. I believe in the power of Korean education system. The National Assembly will work closely with the Ministry of Education to ensure that Korea becomes a global hub where talent from around the world gathers to pursue their aspirations. I hope this forum will become a wide open gate toward an inclusive era. I wish everyone here good health and continued success. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Kim, for your thoughtful remarks. He mentioned that the direction of Korean education driven by AI, and also he highlighted the importance of establishment of the pathways toward AI-based education. Next, we will hear congratulatory remarks from Im Moon-young, Executive Vice Chairperson of the Presidential Committee on the National Artificial Intelligence Strategy.
Presidential Council
박수로
Artificial Intelligence Strategy.
하겠습니다.
Republic of Korea.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Im Moon-young. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, experts and researchers from various fields, and representatives of national governments and international organizations, thank you for being here. And I would like to extend my gratitude to the Minister of Education, Choi Kyu-jin, and to the officials of the Carrots and Caddy for organizing this meaningful event. The National AI Strategy Committee is a presidential advisory body that reviews, coordinates, and oversees AI policies across government ministries to ensure a successful transition to the new AI era. So we have 120 committee members participating in 8 subcommittee and 5 task forces engaging in extensive deliberation. And alongside talent development, education in AI era is one of the most important topics under discussion. To ensure AI guides our society in a better direction, what kind of people should we cultivate and how should we educate them and what kind of society should we build? It's very important considerations. Developing talent for the AI era is not merely a policy to meet immediate workforce needs, but a medium and long-term investment in people who will design the world to come, depending on what kinds of talent we cultivate, by what methods, and whether we do so together, the AI era could become either a dystopia or utopia. AI is fundamentally different from the tools humans have created until now. With past tools, humans were the ones who used them, choose them. But AI can not only judge, decide on its own, it can become a machine that much better and superior to humans. Jeffrey Hinton warns of the crisis of the AI era by noting that we have never before lived alongside an intelligence greater than our own. Therefore, our first priority must be to strengthen human agency so that we can control AI and use it to our advantage. So, we must avoid being led by and driven by machine intelligence and learn how to work alongside it. That cannot be achieved by individual efforts alone. Human social intelligence has solved problems through collective wisdom and advanced through mutual trust and solidarity. In the AI era, where everything is connected, the power of solidarity alongside individual agency becomes even more important. So AI crosses like borders freely. So we have to enhance the digital literacy and AI literacy and empathy, and also we need to set up some universal values of safety and sustainability. The AI society that we are pursuing is a kind of AI-driven society. The King Sejong, when he created Hangul, he said that every citizen should be able to learn easily and express themselves. And that spirit is even more meaningful in the AI era. Actually, we are living in an era where we could buy intelligence with money. In this era, the divide between countries will become wider. So in the AI era, there is some big gaps between who haves and who haves nots. So it could lead to deepened social and economic inequalities. However, we should make sure that everyone could benefit from the AI without inequality. I would like to thank again for opening today's forum, and I hope that today's gathering will become a very valuable starting point that crosses border and leads to concrete discussions. Thank you for your valuable words and preparations for the AI era, what kind of vision and what kind of challenges we have to serve, he made it clear.
자, 마지막으로 오늘 이
And
자리에 국제
last but not
협력의 이름을
least,
더해주실
we will
알렉산더
have
아잠소노비치
Alisher
우즈베키스탄
Azamzonovich Abdusalomov, ambassador of Uzbekistan to Korea, for his congratulatory remarks.
Uzbekistan to the Republic of Korea.
감사합니다. 감사합니다. 아살라무 알레이쿰. 안녕하십니까?
Hello, everyone.
Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Education of the Republic of Korea, Honorable Mr. Kim Yong-ho, Chair of the Education Committee of the National Assembly of the Republic of Korea, representatives and heads of the various organizations, esteemed university presidents and professors, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor and pleasure for me to address you at the opening of the 2025 Global AI Talent and Education Forum. Allow me first to extend the warmest congratulations on behalf of the people and the government of the Republic of Uzbekistan on organizing this wonderful forum, which is once again confirms the Republic of Korea's undisputed leadership in the field of AI and innovative education. On behalf of the Embassy of Uzbekistan, I express our deepest gratitude to the Ministry of Education of the Republic of Korea for the invitation extended to a large Uzbek delegation. These are the representatives of the Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Innovation of the Republic of Uzbekistan and the rectors of the 12 universities, leading universities in Uzbekistan. I am particularly pleased to note that today in the afternoon, after the lunch, we'll have a second Korea-Uzbekistan Rectors Forum. This is a clear evidence of a strategic character of our educational cooperation. Dear ladies and gentlemen, in the 21st century, information technology and digitalization have become the main measure of any country's progress. Artificial intelligence is no longer a narrow, specialized tool. It has become a fundamental factor that penetrates deeply into every sphere of the economy, public administration, and our daily life. It would be no exaggeration to say that the great scholars who glorified our civilization during the first and second Renaissance, these are the Muhammad al-Khwarizmi, Abu Rayhan Biruni, and Mirza Ulugh laid the very foundations of modern algorithm, mathematics, and logics, and thereby the foundations of today's artificial intelligence revolution. Today, Uzbekistan is moving decisively along this path. Last year, we adopted a national artificial intelligence development strategy until 2030 and launched an ambitious project, 5 million Uzbek AI prompters. A specialized AI center has been established under the Ministry of Digital Technologies. As a result, in just 1 year, Uzbekistan rose 17 positions in the Global AI Readiness Index and took first place in the Central Asia. From the next year, we will introduce AI implementation ratings for each ministries and regions, and every deputy minister, vice minister in the responsible for digitalization in our ministries will be simultaneously be responsible for AI development. According to international experts, Uzbekistan's AI potential reaches almost $10 billion. To turn this potential into reality, we have identified 3 priorities. These are infrastructure, open data, and of course, the human capital. Dear friends, today more than ever, we need very close international cooperation. That's why our Embassy of Uzbekistan and as well as the government of Uzbekistan declares its full readiness to provide every possible assistance in developing joint programs for training AI specialists, launching startups, and implementing artificial intelligence technologies in the priority sectors of our 2 countries. Let's together make sure that the great scientific heritage of our ancestors and the innovative power of Korea and Uzbekistan create a new renaissance, the renaissance of AI for the benefit of our people. Thank you very much. 대단히 감사합니다.
Yes, thank you very much for those inspiring remarks. 진심 어린 축하의 말씀 고맙습니다.
Thank you, Ambassador, for your thoughtful remarks. As you mentioned, the cooperation between these 2 countries will contribute to the cultivation of AI-based talents. Now, we'd like to proceed with a group photo session with our distinguished guests.
모든 내빈 여러분들께 다시 한번 감사의 말씀드리면서 이제 자리로 모시도록 하겠습니다. We would like to thank all of our VIPs for your contribution and support for making this event even more special. 네, 모두 자리.
Thank you. And as all of participants goes back to their seats, we will begin the keynote speech. And now we'll proceed with the keynote speech in a few minutes. And we will wait until all the participants take their seat back.
네, 모두 착석하시는 대로 저희 바로
So as soon as all participants take their seat back, then we will begin the keynote speech. So please take your seat back for the next session.
speech, we would like to invite all of our distinguished guests to be seated for the next proceeding. Thank you so much for your cooperation. 네, 여러분.
Thank you for your understanding. Now we'll proceed with the keynote speech. So, the Toward an Inclusive AI Future, Talent Institution, Global Equity. With that theme, Kim Hyun-chul, Director of the Population and Talent Research Institute at Yonsei University, will deliver a lecture.
Head of the Institute of Population and Human Capital at Yonsei University, presenting on Building an Inclusive AI Future, Talent, Institutions, and Global Equity. 여러분 큰 박수로 환영해 주시기 바라겠습니다.
네, 반갑습니다. 소개받은
Nice to meet you. I'm Kim Hyun-chul. Thank you for having me as a keynote speaker for this very important session. And I feel a bit pressured. As introduced, I'm going to talk about how AI future will be inclusive, and in the process, how we could enhance the talents, like nurture talents and like build institutions. And in order to pursue inclusive AI, we need to also consider global equity. And I am professor from Yonsei University and also serve as a director, Institute of Population and Human Capital, Yonsei University. In terms of like human resource, I think AI is very important factor. And personally, I'm a doctor, and at the same time, I'm serving as an economist, and also I'm a professor at the Medical University of Yonsei, and also I'm working as an economist professor at Hong Kong University. It means that I am a professor who is working in Seoul, and also I'm working as a kind of researcher for the developing countries, for the global south. So throughout my journey, I'm gonna talk about the journey that I have been together. And also I'm working as a university professor from Hong Kong. Actually, previously I served as a professor at Cornell University. So for the 8 years, I spent 8 years in Cornell and 5 years in Hong Kong. It means that I'm at the center of and at forefront of the AI competition in Hong Kong, and how to attract global top talents in AI. That is something that I consider every day. And after moving to the Yonsei University, actually at the same I'm working as a professor for the Hong Kong and Yonsei at the same time. But I feel that actually we have been doing quite not enough compared to that have been done by Hong Kong. So it means that Korea lags quite behind compared to other countries. So I want to share my thoughts and insights to people in Korea. And as you are well aware of, because of AI, actually we are facing in a new great divergence. It means that I think that we are at the kind of early stage of AI revolution, and what would happen. And actually, this is something that we cannot predict at all. And not only the AI technology, but also this kind of new change will be determine how our future would look like. And if you will look at the second bullet point, data and computing power and AI talents, actually they are concentrated in a kind of small and handful number of countries. If we look at the graph here, if we look at the red bar, this is China and the US, and there are many countries, including Korea, and AI talents. Like where are they born and where they are studying and where they are working. This is the graph that expresses. In China, half of AI talents are born in China. And most like half of them are going to other countries, like including US and other countries. And after studying from the US, they come back to China. It means that there are actually in the US, there are not many AI talents born in the US, but there are many kind of most number of AI talents are studying in the US and staying there. If we look at the fourth country, the UK model, it means that there are not many people born in the UK, but there are many people who are studying in the UK and working there. And lastly, what about Korea? Like last number of AI talents born in Korea because of the kind of population decrease, and most of AI talents are drained. It means that they are leaving the country to move to other country. They do not come back to Korea that much. That is a reality. And if we look at the third bullet points, because of AI, and actually the concentration of the AI talents in small number of countries, because of that trend, actually in terms of AI talent competition, actually those countries who are having most of AI talents, they will be like the basis for the new AI advancements. So it could lead to inequality issues. And if we look at the history, when we look at the various technology advancements, actually AI is the kind of very unique and kind of precedented technology to be adopted that faster. Then if we want to get benefit from the AI in terms of future changes, then we have to make it more inclusive. The next one is about what we have to understand is the talents. What kind of talents you need to become? And actually, nurturing talents need to be done by university and also done by institutional ecosystem. So technology, human, and institutions, all the three needs to be interconnected in a quite proper system. Actually, universities are quite stagnant. Uh, they are pursuing just kind of traditional way, but I think Yonsei University is quite doing well in doing something new. But whenever I attend some forum and conferences, Korea is quite kind of lagging behind. in terms of university education. So innovation in universities are required. And also, we need to understand the talent pipeline in universities, like nurturing AI talents in domestically, and also attract more foreign talents. Actually, there is no kind of framework in talent pipeline, but we have to establish our own proper talent pipelines that include industry, academia, collaboration, and policy design. And all of them will shape the AI, the fusion in the future. So I'm gonna talk about the AI talent ecosystem today because we are attending the Human Resource Forum. What kind of ecosystem we have to establish? We need to think of three pillars. First one is talent, and second one is institution, and the third one is experiment and experimentation. If we talk about the talents first, what kind of talent we need to pursue? And many people are saying that AI specialists alone are not enough. And many CEOs of tech companies are saying that do not study AI because AI technology. Actually, we are living in a world where the AI technology could be developed by AI. So if even though we study AI, we are not highly likely to be able to develop AI. That's kind of some surprising trend. What kind of talents are needed then? I think we need M-shaped talents these days. First, it is composed of two pillars, and also V shape to connect first and second pillar. First pillar is someone who are really experts in one's domain. So they have to expect how their AI could be used in their domestic domains. And second one is we have to have some experts who could connect their own field by using AI. And also we need M-shaped kind of architecture that could connect all the factors, including empathy, communication, ethics, and creativity and critical thinking. If we look at that M shape, it means that do you think that all of them are connected to study? No, empathy, communication, critical thinking are not connected to study. Actually, if we look at the kind of traditional education system, we focus on cognitive ability. So those factors are not connected to the cognitive abilities. We could say it non-cognitive abilities. We are understanding how those kind of factors are important in our society. In our workplace, what kind of people are needed in our workplace? Smart, brilliant people are needed, but someone who has some social ability, they are needed. In university, many professors are of kind of social ability. But in society, if we have some people who are lacking of social ability, they cannot survive. But in the university, we could survive even though we have lack of social ability. But so empathy, communication, all the factors are very important in our social life. But in our education, those factors are kind of neglected. So I think that all those factors are quite future-oriented factors. If I emphasize those kind of factors, then many people say that if we emphasize at university all those factors, then there will be another academic or institution to let students have that factors. So I think empathy, communication are not something that we could study. So we have to focus on it. That is based on the M-shaped talent. And second pillar of AI talent ecosystem is institution focusing on universities. Actually, university needs to be agile and open and also very adaptive. Someone says that the nations able to restructure universities rapidly will take the lead in AI era because AI talents will go through universities. So how well the university could nurture the AI talents, it will be directly related to the development of industry. So, like complete restructuring is required and something that we have to think about. And I boldly say that, first of all, there should, like, I think all the departments need to be disappearing, like broadly. So we need to consolidate most department into 5 to 6 broad academic clusters. So for example, AI data sciences, engineering applied sciences, health, life, and biomedical sciences, business, economic, and policies, public policies, and humanities and culture, creative studies, and social sciences and global affairs. And also, I would like to propose and support kind of non-department application by like all the universities. If I take an example of Cornell University, there are 6 colleges under universities. So the university encourages to have the kind of under college, and actually they do not worry about changes. But in Korea, if we want to bring some changes in department, then the students need to actually they want to, if they want to change their department, they have to study a lot, study very well. If you take an example of Hong Kong and Singapore, actually, like they have very flexible system in where students could change their departments. So they say that if you are not familiar and you think you are not be fitted for this department, then you could be like able to change your department even though your like performance is quite low. So the performance is not dependent. It's not important in making decisions of students to choose their own department. And another example is Cornell University's new budget system. So hiring professors and budget allocations will be determined by how many students will take that classes in certain departments. So the majors of universities and the departments will be considered totally separately. So if even though you are majored your language and you could take classes in kind of converged departments working with the engineering science, then the budget will be allocated for that kind of converged departments. So if there is a professor retires, then we have to hire the professors from that same department. But in a flexible system, the professors will consider what kind of study, what kind of classes are required for our students if they want to like want to start their career in the industry. That's something we need to consider and we need to benchmark. And if I talk about the curriculum, actually, if we have similar curriculum from the past, it wasn't that much problem in Korea. But in this new kind of era with changing AI, we need to bring some changes in building up and drawing up the curriculum. And internship program needs to be like actively adopted. So it means that if there is an intern who have spent their time for 8 months in some industry, then their score needs to be like accepted. The last one is about experimentation. Actually, our culture is focused on regulation. If we think about the COVID-19 era, like how the governments like regulate the behavior of people, actually it is highly connected to the kind of typical level of regulation of the culture of the nation. there are many countries who intend to regulate people. Actually, Korea is not an exception here. If we are focusing on regulations, then we will be quite late in terms of adopting AI. Actually, you know that we know that there will be some side effects from the AI adoption, but we need to get away from that trend. You know, I can take example of the regulatory sandbox. You know, in sandbox, many people could test their system. It means that if the government set up some regulatory sandbox in education, then many organizations and schools could test their new system. If we take an example of digital textbook, then it could be tested in a certain framework of some kind of frame like period and organization. They could test the new system. And we have the university presence from Uzbekistan and officials from Uzbekistan. As a scholar working on the developing countries' education system, actually, I have visited many countries in developing countries, and I have been like 20 countries from African and East Asian countries. I wanted to like go to Uzbekistan, but Uzbekistan is the only country that I have never visited before. And during my PhD, one of my best friend was from Uzbekistan. Anyway, in developing countries, it will be an opportunity and like threats at the same time. It means that using AI, the telemedicine and AI diagnosis could be developed further. And working with Asia Development Bank in Bhutan, I actually there is a quite remote nation and region in Bhutan. There are many remote regions. So and also the country has lack of like doctors, but we are not able to send doctors to all the remote areas. So what we did was to establish and set up some kind of medical center in some certain hub. So we were providing CT scan, and also those kind of like scan could be diagnosed and analyzed by the Japanese doctor who are remotely located in Japan. So the doctor actually it is the AI who is analyzing the CT scan, but even though the last final decision could be made by the doctors. Have you heard about ANOMA? It is kind of personalized education. It is the system to provide tablet pieces to low-income countries. For example, in Malawi, in order to enhance education for female students, I have lived in Malawi for 3 and 4 years when I was young. And on the back side of the blackboard, 2 times 2 times 1/5 times 1/5. What's the answer? Like 4/5. That's the answer. Then the teacher gave the answer of 10 to 4th of the 2 times 1/5. Actually, that's the level of the teachers in low-income countries. It was it is not possible in Korea, so it means that the level of teachers were quite low. That's what I felt. And how actually the quality of students as teachers were quite low, so it was very difficult challenges to overcome. But I think that AI could provide some opportunities to those countries to narrow the gaps educational lab. In many low-income countries, actually there is no landline, and they like shifted to the mobile phone era directly. So we need some like opportunities of potential leapfrogging, which will be provided by the AI, especially in agriculture and education. However, we have some threats at the same time because the data and talent computing are running short in those low income countries. We are quite belated, but we are pursuing dependence, like pursuing kind of weakening, pursuing kind of digital sovereignty. The problem is that the countries are kind of lacking abilities of like pursuing digital sovereignty. So that's why I think it is the biggest challenges.
한다면은 첫
So when we talk about the sustainable AI for Korea, first of all, Korea needs to have sustainability at the domestic level. And secondly, of course, we need to establish the sustainability at the global level. So first, with the domestic level, we need to make sure everyone in Korea understands the AI and takes advantage of AI. 3 years ago, I was concerned about the future with AI. People say AI will replace all of the job opportunities, and in the past, we thought taxi drivers will be replaced and some simple labors will be replaced by AI. However, today, even sophisticated jobs are replaced by AI, including doctors. So my colleagues sometimes say that AI is better than general doctors. And physicians, of course, physicians are outperformed by AI already. AI makes better diagnosis of some diseases. And when it comes to treatment planning, AI is better sometimes. So by witnessing these phenomenon, we realize that these AIs can replace even surgeons one day, not just physicians. And also, AIs are being trained by these top-class surgeons today. Of course, we cannot apply these AI robots for human surgery. However, we decided to put these robots to pig surgery, and the result was successful. So that means the overall labor market could be restructured. For a tech firm, tech firms are forced to lay off their technicians because of AI technology. That means we will lose more and more job opportunities in the market. But those with licenses, like lawyers, teachers, and doctors, we cannot just take these licenses out overnight. But one day, AI will, of course, outperform the quality that is satisfied by these people with licenses. And in Korea, I think this disproportionate inequality in the job market sparked the favor toward the education in Korea. And I think going forward, these licenses will be all the more popular because it will be really challenging to replace these people with licenses with AI robots. So there are two responses we can think of. First, we need to make sure more flexible stability in place. President Lee Jae-myung mentioned before that Denmark's AI model is preferred in Korea. So what is this Denmark model? We should not apply overprotection for the human laborers. However, after the layoff of human laborers, we need to make sure these laborers can find another job opportunity in the market through better social welfare system. I think this is the ultimate goal of any government in the world today. And second response we need to prepare for is this basic income system. So personally, I think basic income system is too early to adopt in Korean society. Of course, Korean society has developed a lot, and we are struggling with this poor population and low incomers, and also the elderly citizens, especially in Korea, struggle with this economic situation, difficult economic situation. And going forward with the development of AI technology, I think as a whole, as a society, we need to think about the adoption of basic income system for everyone, including the elderly citizens. If you're interested in basic income system, you can take a look at the experiment conducted by Mr. Sam Altman, the founder of ChatGPT. He conducted this experiment about the benefit of basic income system, and I got the result of the outcome of the social experiment. So it turns out that favorable and positive reactions come from the low incomers only. That's why, and also in the infant stage of basic income system, of course, we need to pay attention to these low incomers first. However, at one point, we need to, I think, pay attention to the whole different income classes as a whole. And with this basic income system, we need to ensure that we have a income distribution system which can distribute this social income throughout different social classes. So the wealth created by the AI technology has to be shared between people. I think that's the core of AI-driven society. So the Ministry of Science and ICT last year established this AI charter. If you take a look at the charter, first highlights the guarantee of freedom and rights, fair access to and equal opportunity, safety and trust, promotion of digital innovation. I agree with all these matters mentioned in this digital right charter. So Korea needs to make more efforts to improve the quality of lives in the global south in collaboration with many developing countries. Now, in the second part of my presentation, I'd like to talk about the ways for Korean government to improve and realize the potential of the nation. I am confident that we have very timely momentum at the moment. If you take a look at the graph on the right, it shows the dominance of memory and non-memory semiconductors. So when it comes to the memory chip, Korea has very strong competitiveness, and I think going forward we will maintain this competitiveness. And also Korea has a big potential for the construction of data center. And also, the government of Korea is highly likely to push the social movement to the right direction. So I think we have a strong opportunity to make Korea as one of those three AI powerhouses. So in order to realize this potential, there are three different models that we need to follow, in my opinion. First, I think we need to attract more foreign talents to Korea. We need to assist these foreign students to start their education in Korea. We do not have many foreign students studying in Korea today. For example, top performers among Chinese students go to the US to study abroad. But during the second term of the Trump administration, these top performers from China go to Hong Kong and Europe instead of the US. The university in Hong Kong welcomed a lot of Chinese students. And these Hong Kong-based universities have created new PhD and master degree programs for these Chinese students. And also, together with these Chinese students, Chinese professors have come to Hong Kong as well. Of course, to Singapore as well. So for this matter, we need to establish better education system and better environment for foreign students to study in Korea. In most countries, the second language would be English. Korea has very small population. That's why Korean language is not popular among these foreign students. So naturally, these foreign students speak in English as their second language, which means Korean universities need to set up an environment where English can be communicated freely. I believe everyone here can speak English, so I am Korean speaking as well as English speaking. But if Italy speaks only in Italian language, then which country would you like to choose in order to study abroad, Italy or the US? Of course, the US will be your choice. So in order to make Korea as global talent forum or a platform, the English communication should be a must. Without speaking in English, we cannot survive as universities. But not even in Yonsei University, which is one of the top universities in Korea, cannot provide such English-speaking environment for our foreign students. So at least these global universities who welcome foreign students in Korea need to have an environment where English is naturally communicated. And Korea has very strong industry and businesses. So universities need to collaborate with the strong businesses. And on a relative manner, Korean political system is stable. And it is a democracy-based country. So I think this could be appealed to global students. And another competitiveness we need to pursue is scholarship program. I witnessed that scholarship program has been expanded for the recent years. So as a professor, I've always highlighted this double language curriculums in universities. Because in classroom, if the professor speaks in Korean, then some of the students will be isolated naturally. So think about a company where English is the only language and other languages are not welcomed. Of course, we have AI-powered translation devices, so the communication can be assisted, but still, the natural communication and easy communication is not possible without learning English. So that's why we need to make sure that these curriculums are designed based on double language system. And also, third, I think this has to be done in parallel with employment training. So foreign students who graduated from top universities in Korea, they struggle with a visa system in order to get jobs in Korea. That's why I think in collaboration with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Ministry of Inferior and National System, we need to improve the visa system for these students who have been educated in Korean universities. So the majority of foreign students who graduated from Korean universities always struggle with this visa system after graduation to get jobs. That means when they try to work in Korean market, our first impression is not positive enough for them because they experienced already in a negative manner in order to get their visas. So ultimately, we need to encourage the students to study in Korea and make sure these graduates can work in the Korean market. And if they want to return home, we need to foster them to become technological experts so that their AI and technology market can be improved. Korea is a middle power country. Korea is not a hegemony power, the nation. We are different from the US and China. Korea is the only example which have been transformed from aid recipient to aid donor. I think this is a unique experience. That's why Korea is in a good position to collaborate and cooperate with Global South. And also, a few months ago, I participated in a global conference and I earned very unique takeaways. When the US and China had a positive relationship in the past, it was possible to make a positive relationship with both countries. But today, the reality has changed. Korea needs to take side. Our double position strategy to get along with both countries is no longer valid. That's why today, instead of taking sides between the US and China, Korea needs to make more strong relationship with global South. And I think against this backdrop, this conference is all the more meaningful for the Korean government. We need to make solidarity with global South, including developing countries. So Korea is also struggling to survive in this global hegemon competition, and also Korea is working hard to contribute to the improvement of global South. But we are faced with a dire reality where Korean universities struggle to survive. There are many signs that show these Korean universities are going to be extinguished. Whenever I see our competitors like global universities, I feel that Korean universities are fastly losing their competitiveness. So as I'm working for Hong Kong University of Science and Technology, I realized that the global talents are fastly being drained from Korea to other nations, especially to Hong Kong. So according to research conducted a few years ago, the top scientists and technicians from Korea, Japan, and China, and other Asian countries, these researchers approached these researchers and suggested them with a better job proposal in the US and other nations. And the salary they proposed was more than double than the previous income they earned in their own nations. So, for example, as a professor in the first year, I got 290 million won. And then in the second year of my term, I earned more than 300 million won in Hong Kong University. But then I came back to Korea to work for universities, and my income has been halved. As an economist, I made the wrong choice because my income has been halved. But I like my choice because as a Korean, I wanted to make a payback to my own country. So the income itself didn't matter for me. However, there must be some people who think their top priority is income. So these new professors and young experts will make a choice uh, that shows and provides better salary. But if they are given this better salary option, then they will of course choose these options. They will choose to go to Hong Kong with better salary. And also, some may say that Hong Kong's residences are so expensive. However, Hong Kong universities are providing free apartments for these new professors. The reason why that Hong Kong University can offer this big amount of money to new professors is because it is funded by the government. The Hong Kong government is confident that the Hong Kong University of Science and Technology will become top university in the world. So they decided to make a huge amount of investment and to attract better professors to Hong Kong University of Science and Technology. The government of Hong Kong allocated a huge amount of budget to Hong Kong University. So if Korean universities are determined to attract global top ranking professors to Korea, they need to make dramatic investments as well. But at the same time, there are foreign talents who are eager to come to Korea. But they can come to Korea even though they wish to come because the salary gap is so huge. This huge amount of money gap cannot be neglected. So if Korean universities want to become global universities, we need to have global competitiveness. That means we need to provide a global level of salary to our university professors. So in order to make another leap forward, Korea need to be matched with global universities regarding the salaries to the professors and other benefits that are provided to these scholars. Today, we are joined by a lot of university presidents. So I think the reason why the Korean universities are struggling to survive today is not because of just the lack of government support. I think although the government, the education ministry has provided a lot of support to Korean universities failed to make enough achievement. I mean, without making enough research achievement, these professors were able to maintain their career in Korea. Uh, but on the other hand, in Hong Kong and other global nations, if these professors successfully research and make some achievement in their research area, they will get dramatic compensation from the government as well as the university they work for. Those professors who struggle with their research, they will get even reduction of salary. And some new professors will get the same amount of money as some struggling old professors. So even though you are a new hire as a professor in Hong Kong University, if you make tangible achievement regarding your research, then you will get higher compensation than the existing professors. So I think universities are all about research and education. So in order to encourage the education and research, we need to establish a proper system.
At the same time, what the government needs to do, if we want the foreign talents to come to Korea, then we have to establish some environment for them to stay in Korea. Let's say that if you want to make an order, even though you cannot speak Korean well, then can you place an order? If you go to the bank, actually, it's quite challenging to do something in our at bank. If it means that there are not many bankers who could speak English fluently. So I think that all the system needs to be very foreigner friendly. And also the foreign talents and foreign professors. If we look at the example of Guangzhou, Sweden, and Singapore, and for the first 5 to 10 years, the professors and talents will get some tax exemption. So it means that if we are providing kind of low level of salary, then we have to provide some tax exemption at least. And also we have lack of number of international schools. And one of the struggling points of the foreign talents and professors are saying is that a lack of international schools in Pohang and with the postdoc. Do you know whether the international schools exist there? No, there is no international schools in the region where postdoc is located. If I'm a president of postdoc, I want to hire the professor from foreign country, then the foreign professor could choose to postdoc if when there is no international schools. So it means that we need to build some ecosystem where foreign talents could stay. And the last part, almost the last part, we need to nurture kind of global citizenships. I think that core competences are kind of global ethics and cultural diversity and kind of problem solving with other people. And if I share my personal experience, I stayed 8 years in Cornell and 5 years in Hong Kong. The students that I taught were at Cornell, American and Canadian are the most students, and also students who graduated from international schools from all around the world, and also Chinese. And in Hong Kong, Chinese, Hong Kong and Japan and Korean students were the most of them, and they graduated international schools. So we categorize students from Korea, Japan, and China, and the second group is the international students, school graduates, and the Western students. And I provided my lecture. Actually, in my lecture, I do not teach them. I have some discussions about the social issues with the students. And at the time, who are the best in terms of debate and discussions? The Korean, China, and Japan students, or Asian students graduating from international students, or Western? Who are the best group in my debates class? The third group. Actually, the second group is as good as the third group. But actually, I made the quiz, and who will be the best in serving the quiz? The first group. And second group is quite good as the first group as well. If I give them the scores in my class, well-rounded students are those who are from Korea, Japan, and China, graduated from international school. When I look at that thing, actually, it's not only a matter of culture. It's not only a matter of education. It means that what we need is not knowledge. What we need is some kind of ability to have discussion with others and to have some critical thinking. And it means that good culture and education should go together. So in Asian culture, actually, we have some kind of advantage. And actually, Western students, they are not good at showing good performances, problem like serving quizzes. So I think that the education system is quite kind of ruining our the potential of Korean students. So I mentioned the M-shaped kind of talents. In the M shape, in the middle of the M, there is a V shape which connects the knowledge and capabilities of non-cognitive ability. And actually, non-cognitive ability is something that we need to focus on in teaching our students in Korean education system. So the Ministry of Education in Korea and all of the people who are gathering here, actually we have a long way to go for the further and better education. Thank you. It was very interesting presentation. Thank you for your presentation. And with Kim Hyun-chul, we will have the Q&A session. Because of time constraint, we will receive only 2 questions. And if you want to have further discussions, then our staff will deliver microphone to you, and we will receive questions from the floor. If you have any question, please raise up your hand.
네, 좋습니다. 뒤쪽에 계신
On the back side,
마이크 전달 부탁드리겠습니다.
please deliver the microphone to the person. Hello everyone, I'm a teacher from elementary school. I have a question as elementary school. AI for all, that is kind of national policy. In line with that, at the Korean elementary school, we are providing one digital device to every single student. And we are providing kind of AI-based like programs and classes. And in this trend, actually, there are some trend we are seeing that the Korean talents are moving to other country. Actually, that is kind of some issue. So actually, I have very high good expectations about the future of the Korean students, but I have some worries that there will be some brain drain in the future. And what kind of key idea that the students need to gain in the process? I will give you a short answer. Actually, the teacher is not the one who teach and provide knowledge to students. The teachers need to let students have and gain ability of social abilities and communication and empathy and communication. And those are the things that the teachers need to focus on in teaching students. And actually, AI is providing opportunities as well. So regardless of the place where the students learn, actually there is no gaps in terms of like teachers' ability. So the teachers, the students, if they want to go to the big cities and to other countries, you don't need to worry about that. If there is students who want to go to a broader, the bigger world, then you have to let them to go. And if you have some students who want to study in your own community, then we need to be inclusive. The last question.
전달 부탁드리겠습니다.
Please deliver microphone.
네, 김현철 교수님.
Thank you, Professor Kim. I am the president of Aju University, Choi Gi-ju. I have 2 questions. First, so you taught in the US and Hong Kong, and now you are teaching students in Korea. So as a president of a Korean university, I was very touched by your message that Korean universities are struggling. But we are trying hard in order to make a rebound. In order to make a rebound, we need to secure resources, and these resources has to be allocated to better performers. However, these resource contribution has to be based on one standard, but in Korea, it is a rigid society and Confucian theory based society, it is not easy to flexibly share these resources according to different performances of professors. So resources that have been provided to universities can be distributed on a flexible manner in Hong Kong University. I think it is because the government of Hong Kong in the first place provides a greater amount of money to Hong Kong University. So I'd like to know, how is it possible to secure such big amount of money to universities in Hong Kong? And second, I believe in principle it is the right direction where we provide better compensation to higher performers in universities among professors, but it's not easy in Korea because it is based on Confucian theory. So how do we apply this materiality based contribution and compensation? So let me answer these questions based on the example of Hong Kong University. Hong Kong government is providing a huge amount of money to universities based on certain criteria and standards. I was impressed by the good quality of university assessment in Hong Kong. Please refer to the Hong Kong's university assessment system, and in proportion to the scores that were gained in the university assessment, each different university will get differentiated amount of money from the government. So these budgets are not allocated to certain projects. Of course, these projects will get their money from the government as well. However, the project-based budget is not that big, but each different professors will get different amount of budget based on the scores that were recorded in the university assessment system in Hong Kong. So rather than we are securing budget from the elementary and primary school education system, but rather I think we need to invest more into the primary education. And in parallel, we need to make more investment into university education in Korea as well. So with that, we'd like to conclude the keynote session here. Please give him a big round of applause once again. Thank you. This concludes the morning program for 2025 Global AI Talent and Education Forum. In the afternoon program, we will discuss further about AI education. So in the upcoming session, we will talk about national strategies and global education cooperation in the AI era. Please pay attention to our afternoon programs as well. We will shortly proceed with the booth tour and launch for all participants. The booth tour will be streamed live on the screen in front, so we encourage everyone to take a look. VIP guests participating in the booth tour are kindly asked to gather near the exit, where our staff members will provide guidance. So VIP guests sitting at table 1 to 5 participating in the booth tour are asked to gather near the exit. And booth exhibition is open to everyone, so please pay attention to the booth tour in the foyer of the hall.
Noon. The booth tour will be broadcasting live on the screen, so please stay tuned. And for the VIP guests joining the booth tour, please gather in front of the exit for guidance. And for the luncheon, those of you who have special dietary preferences, please place your special meal request on your tables, and we'll be more than happy to assist you. And if you haven't yet not received your meal card, please inform our staff for your meal card. Thank you so much. 네, 잠시
May I have your attention, please? The 2025 Global AI Talent and Education Forum Session 1 will begin soon. So, all the participants, I would like to ask all of you to make your way to the hall and be seated. And for a very smooth event progress, please turn your mobile phone to silent or vibration mode. And for today's forum, we are providing Korea, English, Uzbek interpretation. If you need some language service, please turn your receiver, tune into channel 1 for Korean, and 2 for English, and 3 for Uzbek.
Session 1 of the 2025 Global AI Talent and Education Forum will begin momentarily. We kindly ask all participants to please take your seats and be seated. And for smooth process of this event, please switch your mobile phones onto silent mode for seamless process. Now, simultaneous interpretation service is available for this session in Korean, English, and Uzbek. So please use your receivers and tune into channel 1 for Korean, channel 2 for English, and channel 3 for Uzbek. Thank you very much. 네, 여러분 다시 한번
Welcome you back to the forum, the 2025 GATE, the session 1, the global ecosystem where AI talents stay and grow. That session will begin now. The session will focus on a theme, a global ecosystem where AI talent can stay and grow, and it will feature in-depth discussions with distinguished guests. Leading this session as chair will be the Vice President and President of Graduate School and Professor Jae-woo Lee from Busan National University.
And Jae-woo Lee of Busan National University as chair. 여러분 큰 박수로 환영해 주시기
Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
네, 이어서 이재우 좌장님과
And with Lee Jae-woo, I would like to introduce the panelists. First, Sam Hwang from the Australian Embassy and Kim Eun-ju, professor of Hansung University, and Park Seo-in, professor of Hanyang University, and lastly, we have CEO Agarwal Pankis of Tag Hive. Please welcome to the stage. From now on, the moderator take the floor.
예, 안녕하십니까.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Lee Jae-woo, Vice President of Busan National University. For this session, we are going to talk about a global AI ecosystem where the talents could grow, and building that ecosystem is going to be the theme of today's forum session. And I'd like to extend my gratitude to all the experts for this session. The AI talents is not only it's not a way, like different from the like international students. They are called global nomads, not limited by the national border. They could move everywhere there is opportunities. It's kind of super connected global talents. So securing global talents is not a matter of just attract more international students. So it has become a matter of fierce strategic competition among nations over which country can better attract, retain, and sustain this global nomad for a longer period. Today, AI researchers, entrepreneurs, engineers, and data scientists move not based on where they currently are, but rather on where the environment is more advantage for them. They are already the most mobile workforce globally, and this group is difficult to capture through traditional study abroad or talent policies alone. So as a result, countries around the world have already begun to compete in earnest to dominate the global AI nomad market through strategic national initiatives. For example, Singapore has created an environment where global nomads can enter and work within a week simply by obtaining ultra-fast long-term visas. And Dubai positioned itself as a and so it means that the visa is issued for easily for the students. So just in a week, the global nomad could start working in a country. And Dubai positions itself as a city where you want to stay by offering the gold visa, tax benefits, and family settlement support. And as you know, Silicon Valley in the US continues to maintain its ecosystem characterized by a robust startup environment, easy access to investment, and a culture that accepts failure that makes it the most attractive destination. By combining the strategies of these cities, the key message is clear. AI talent does not come merely to learn. They move in pursuit of a better life and greater opportunities. Now, Korea cannot avoid the question. The question casted to Korea is, why should global nomad choose Korea? So, Korea is well known as industrial infrastructure and competitive universities, and a K culture which is loved worldwide. So the Ministry of Education is also actively promoting the attraction of global talent through various policies. The 300K projects is one of the examples. By doing so, the plan is to attract 300,000 international students. And we've watched the booth throughout the Global Korea Scholarship. The scholarship and settlement supports is given to the global talents. And throughout Campus Asia Plus is providing cooperative programs based on joint education and dual degrees in East Asia. So all of them are very meaningful policies to attract global talents. However, from the perspective of the global nomad competition we are discussing today, policies are not only enough. Global nomads do not merely come to earn a degree and leave. They choose their country to live based on where they can live, work, and settle with their families. Therefore, the questions needs to be changed to why should foreign talents choose to stay and live in Korea? Why should they work in Korea? And why should they be able to start up a business here? And why should Korea be a country where they can bring their families and settle long term? In those regard, global nomad is not focusing on just learning. They are viewing the ecosystem of their lives. And all of the factors will be discussed, and we are going to share our thoughts on them. So we invited special panelists in various sectors who have been working to attract talents and also conducted researches on global talents. And also as a foreigner, one of them studied in Korea and started up his own businesses. So he is running a very great businesses. So they are going to share their insights and based on experiences. So throughout today's discussion, I hope we could have very meaningful discussions. And I will cast a very common question. In the context of accelerating competition for talent in AI era, what do you think are the most urgent institutional and social elements that need to be improved to establish an ecosystem where international students and global talent can not only flow into a country but also learn, research, and settle there, like in Korea, long term? First, I would like to listen to the answer from Sam Hwang. Thank you for your introduction.
Hello, I am Sam Hwang. I'm working for the Australian Embassy Seoul as a counselor. And I was born and raised in Australia, so I can speak in both English and Korean. But I'd like to speak in English here.
The Australian government in front of you today, and I'd like to begin by outlining the Australian government's policy context and the environment for supporting our AI ecosystem and attracting talent as well. So we now all know for a fact that AI can help us solve some of the biggest challenges of the coming decades, including improving business productivity, reducing carbon emissions and combating and mitigating impacts of climate change, enhancing healthcare, and improving citizens' interactions with each other and with government. For Australia, we estimate that AI alone could create 150,000 new jobs by 2030 and contribute 116 billion to our GDP over the next 10 decades. So it has a huge economic impact. Governments can use AI to improve delivery of the services that matter most to Australians, including in transport, education, like we spoke about, healthcare, energy, and delivering government services as well. However, despite this economic fact, a 2024 survey conducted by EY called the National AI Comfort Index found that only 32% of Australians are comfortable with AI, 35% were neutral, and 33% were uncomfortable with AI. So there's a lot of work to be done to share the benefits and create comfort with AI to ensure the public understands and embraces the benefits of AI, not just for Australia, but also for the region as well. The Australian government believes that AI tools should be deployed to deliver real and tangible benefits so that all Australians can benefit from AI with no one held back, whether it's in different regions or cities, and no one left behind, whether it's someone from a different socioeconomic class as well. Widespread adoption of AI is an important part of improving our productivity, and it is crucial that AI is used to improve the lives of Australians, including by improving our interactions with governments and augmenting workers' skills rather than simply replacing them. The Australian government is focused on ensuring that we have the right digital infrastructure, a thriving local tech ecosystem, and settings that leverage our national strengths, competitive advantages, and make us an attractive destination for global talent and, importantly, investment. Having this infrastructure and showing the benefits of AI is essential for an ecosystem in which benefits of AI can be realized. This extends to an environment in which students and researchers can collaborate freely on AI, away from harms. It is under this setting that on Tuesday this week, 2nd of December 2025, the Australian government released the National AI Plan, setting out the government's ambition to position Australia as a leader in responsible, inclusive, and innovative AI development and adoption. The plan's aim is for everyone in Australia to benefit from the AI opportunity across all regions, industries, and communities, and develop sovereign capability in AI that is aligned with our national vision called the Future Made in Australia. The plan is anchored in 3 goals. Firstly, we want to capture the opportunity by building smart infrastructure, backing domestic AI capability, and attracting global investment. Second, we want to spread the benefits through widespread AI adoption, supporting and training Australian workers, and delivering improved public services. Third, we want to keep Australians safe with legislative and regulatory frameworks that mitigate AI's harms while promoting widespread and responsible practices through international engagement that upholds Australian values. For Australia and Korea specifically, many of the foundational elements for long-term cooperation already exist, not only for AI, but for many methods of AI collaboration. There are strong government-to-government agreements, as well as many MOUs at institutional levels. There's also a long history of student exchange as well, which is an important part of the people-to-people links that we have with Korea. This kind of public-facing agreements and exchanges and arrangements create the right environment in which not only we can collaborate and thrive in the short term and long term, but the public confidence can be built in seeing the strong infrastructure behind AI. The environment for students and researchers to thrive in this ecosystem is also very important. Australia is considered to be one of the safest countries in the world to live in, but the government is always thinking about how to improve the quality and integrity of the international education sector to make sure that the experience of the international students is a good one. This includes opportunities to work alongside studies and tuition protection services, which allows students to continue their studies even if something happens to their provider and they're no longer able to support themselves financially. Beyond studies, Australia also has options for post-higher education visas if the student has studied at an Australian institution. They can live and work in Australia temporarily after completing their studies, and a range of sponsored visas or long-term pathways to stay in the country for international students exist should they wish to live and work in Australia. There's also strong support from industry to work with researchers and experts in the field, which can lead to productive long-term partnerships during international students' studies and after their completion of their degrees. In my experience, I found that this people-to-people relationships and links are also important in terms of landing future investments and business partnerships. If you don't have a good experience in research partnerships, it's less likely that any commercialization or transnational work with the partners can succeed. Thank you for your time. I might leave my talk there.
네, 쌤 황 참사.
Thank you for your answer. Especially AI is improving the life of people and enhance the social trust in terms of adoption it. And Australia is becoming the safe country where students to study and live. It's very impressive. And very safe environment and protection for students and plan after graduation. Those are included as an inclusive ecosystem that, and also like set the kind of core for the plan for the global talents attraction. We will move on to the second question. My question go to Kim Eun-ju, professor. And in terms of AI talent retention and settlement, what kind of policies are required? And as a like researcher and professor in public administration, you have been dealing with the AI policy, the talent policy design, and just going beyond the competition of attracting AI. If the Korea wants to become a country where global AI talents want to come for studying and for settlement, what kind of institutional and policy challenges that we have to improve? My name is Kim Eun-ju, and my major is public administration and policies. And also I have been involved in the international development and policy transition for like in terms of ODA. And I'm really pleased to be part of this meaningful occasion. And actually, I'm not sure whether I have to use Korean or English, but I think it's global forum, so I would like to read my prepared note in English. And
common competition for AI talent is not a race, not only for the race for technological innovation, but contest over a strength of government capacity and institutional design. So while technological gaps between countries certainly exist, but the more fundamental differences lies in whether a country's system or policies can be designed in a way that that is very attractive to AI talent. So this will determine how many AI professionals choose to come and crucially how long they will stay. As a public administration scholar, I would like to address several institutional issues that Korea, especially Korea, must improve for the long-term retention of AI talent. many elements of current policy framework itself remain very limited to traditional policy instruments, such as just recruiting international students or issuing a very short-term work permits. So, but global AI talent cannot be treated with single policy tools and standalone policy instrument. What I mean is the retention of AI talent requires very comprehensive policy instruments. In public policy study, we call it like a policy mix, which means we mix some types of policies all together. So in that sense, the government policy framework should encompass visas and education, housing and family support and research opportunities and entrepreneurship as well. And even more, cultural integration should be addressed. In other words, policies should shift from an input-oriented model focused on just attracting students, and we need to go toward a pathway which will orient the models that supports full cycle from study and research and employment, and then entrepreneurship as well. That will lead to the long-term settlement of global AI talent here in Korea. And I think it will be impossible if each ministry, a government ministry, formulates these policies separately and independently, because effective coordination among government is very essential. For example, today's forum is held by the Ministry of Education, but we also need cooperation between Ministry of Science and IST and especially Ministry of Justice, which has the authority for the visas. And Minister of Trade and Energy is also can be our key stakeholder. And nowadays here in Korea, local governments is also very, very important to attract and retain the AI talent. So and then in public administration, we call it institutions. We think institutions is constraints for individual choices and behavior. So from this perspective, there are several institutions barriers that hinder the settlement of AI talent in many countries today, and especially here in Korea. Current visa categories are segmented by industry and activity. So this restricts mobility between academic study and research and employment. And when the institutional design of each state, for example, student visa and research visa and work visa, sometimes startup visa, this kind of types are disconnected. So it becomes difficult to build an active and sustainable talent ecosystem after they come to Korea initially. So the result is we didn't intend this connection, but the result itself is unintended blocking of career mobility from AI talent, from foreign AI talent here in Korea. So our country must ease these regulatory constraints so that AI talent who come to study here in Korea can continue and develop their careers and build long-term professional careers here in Korea. And I would like to address one more issues that the foreign international researchers face here in Korea when they want to enter the public R&D institutions, or when they want to secure tenure track position in Korea, universities in Korea is actually it's very difficult because that is national research. Most of the R&D research institute here is a national research institute, and because of the security issues and other issues, they have. As I know, they have difficulties to get positions, permanent positions. And university, I'm also from universities, but they're kind of cultural issues. They also have difficulties to get the permanent position here in Korea. Of course, we are now moving toward the global standard, and we are on the right process to as to especially here in universities, we are now on the process to ease these restrictions, but I would like to say we need more actions in the universities and R&D institutes as well. And so finally, in a global competition for AI talent, the leaders, I think, will not be the countries that merely succeed just attracting talent, but those who can create institutional and organizational environment will be the true leaders in the global competition. And as like our first session's topics, without cultivating an ecosystem in which talented individuals can remain and grow in the long term, countries may be at least undermining their own innovation capacity in the future. So in my view, it is most critical condition for nowadays in Korea to advance to the next stages in the global race for AI talent ecosystem. I will stop here and thank you.
예, 교수님 말씀 감사합니다. 정리해 보면
Thank you, Professor. So in summary, not only attracting students to Korea, but we also need to encourage a policy mix where the housing and other visa systems are connected so that these students after graduation can stay longer in Korea. To do so, we need more collaboration and cooperation between different ministries, especially the students and researchers from other nations needs to be welcome as a member of our society based on more institutional innovation in Korea. I think that's the summary of what she said. Now, let us ask question to Professor Baek Seo-in of Hanyang University. So let me ask regarding the reasons why the Korean young people in AI data and engineering fields are leaving Korea. So I'd like to, Professor has long studied global talent mobility and the career choices of younger generations. Despite the widely recognized potential of young Koreans in AI data and engineering sectors, a steady flow of graduates continues to pursue opportunities overseas, not in Korea. So some people say Korea is a hell where the situation and environment is so challenging for the young generation to settle after graduating the college. And in this regard, from a more structured and empirical perspective, what do you see as the main reasons young talent struggle to feel confident that they can truly grow and build their careers within Korea? First of all, I'd like to thank the organizers for giving me this meaningful opportunity. So after graduating college and universities in Korea, many young Koreans decide to move to other nations. And what's most problematic is that high-performing students tend to leave Korea compared to those low-performing students. They opt for moving to other nations over having jobs in large companies in Korea. So Professor Kim Hyun-chul mentioned how struggling we are in Korea, and I think this is a natural consequence of such struggle in Korea. And large companies in Korea, of course, they are giving more and better compensation these days thanks to the boom of semiconductor market, but still, some young people are not recognized well enough according to their performance. And these large companies tend to be rigid and they stick to the existing compensation rhythm rather than performance-based compensation. And given all these, I think these young students are making very reasonable choices to move out of Korea because from their perspective, the existing generations, are living a very unreasonable lifestyle in Korea. So if we look into this phenomenon, we need to think about why these people are leaving Korea. I think there are different elements that are being played behind the career selection, from compensation and the career development. Of course, these are very important elements, but that's not all. The young generation tries to find something fun in their companies. So other than just compensation, the environment for research and the communication and community of researchers and also residential services and the social stability and medical services, all of these matters are playing at the back. And also the environment where researchers can focus on their researches and also the opportunities to grow further as researchers. And all of these different matters should be considered. So there could be a different set of improvement that we can think of, such as encouraging universities to adopt more favorable conditions and benefits for researchers. But at the same time, the government needs to make sure that they adopt less regulation. Of course, the IPO of a company in Korea is very challenging compared to that in the US. But I don't think we can lift regulations for IPO overnight in Korea. Instead, there could be some other types of benefits that can encourage the startups in Korea. Like Korea can be a great stepping stone for startups, even though they choose to go public in the US, not in Korea, in their later stage of business. And Professor Jan-Luc posted in his SNS that Europe is faced with great opportunity while other nations are making destructive policies for these startups. These European countries need to make sure that they have favorable compensation scheme and stable environment for researchers with continued and a stable flow of investment into research projects. So when this favorable environment is in place, the researchers who try to move out of the US will choose European market. I think we can get a lot of takeaways from this European approach. So we need to attract these newbies in these research areas to Korea. Thank you, Professor Park. So after all, the reason why these new talents choose to go to a certain country is because they believe there are a lot of potential for growth. So we need to make sure that the learning, research, and job opportunities in the market should be linked as one journey. And at the same time, scholarship and visa and other short-term support system should be provided. But that's not all. But the academic and industry cooperation is an essential part as well. So project-based education and perception change in our society. So there are so many fundamental changes to be made. So let's move on to the next question.
Next question go to Agarwal Pangas, CEO of Tech Hive. Actually, you have experiences as a talent in Korea. and you studied in the India, the IIT, and also you experienced studying and in the Seoul National University, and you joined Samsung, and for your working, and after that, you started up your venture, which is called Tech Hive. It means that you studied in Korea and run startup in Korea. So you are the very living evidence in Korea. So in line with the building the ecosystem of attracting and retaining like students, like foreign students, you are living evidence. Yeah, I'm Pangas. Introduced us before. I came to Korea in 2004, 21 years ago. In just 6 months after that, I went back to India because I know there's nothing that I can do, and like there's nothing that I can do with English. But I came back to Korea. I will explain it later why I came back to Korea. So I studied in India and I started a business in Korea. The reason I chose to stay in Korea was not solely because of technology, but because of people and environment. Actually, I was in the U.S. like for 2 years for MBA, and then I came back to Korea. The reason why I came back to Korea is that actually I was into the culture of Korea, as an India person, India. Actually, the combination of culture and tech in Korea is quite great. That's why I came back. I choose to come back to Korea. Actually, I want to raise my children in Korea as well. And I studied engineering in Korea. After that, I was given an opportunity to use that knowledge in Samsung Electronics. And there are many IT graduates, international students come to Korea, and I'm serving as a chair for that group. And there are many people, international students, and they said that it's a very good place to live here, but it's difficult to continue my career in Korea. Someone say that if I put a lot of efforts, I have to leave in just 2 or 3 years. And there are many reasons, the reason why people are leaving. Actually, not only because of policies, but because of the experiences of disconnection, discontinuity. And most international students and someone who work here, if they want to start up their business, there is kind of disconnection at some point. And actually, I started my business, but I thought like how I could survive here in Korea. It's very difficult to attract investments in Korea as a foreigner. If I want to attract investment in Korea, then the response was like, you are foreigner, so we don't know. You are not trustworthy because you are foreigner, because you're gonna leave anytime. And also, in Korea is based on high context culture, everything we need to understand, even though they do not talk. I understand the culture, but I try to appeal the attraction of my business to build trust. So it takes time for me to build trust with investors. So foreigners, we do not have enough time. Like if we do some action, there is no input, that no outcomes, then they leave. Actually, that's some cultural like struggles. So we have to let the foreigners to know about that. If I go back to my story as well, like AI, actually the competition for talent in AI era is not simply about how many talents a country can attract. It's about whether they can learn, work, and design their lives in that country. So when designing culture, not only for the lives of like one person, they have their children and wife and spouses. And in the post-act, there is no international schools. It's one factor that foreigners could think. If there's no international school, that I cannot bring my children. If I'm living in Suwon because there is an international school there, so I choose Suwon. So in order to become a global hub, like talents, AI talent hub, then you have to become a country where to come to Korea, come for study, but where to grow further. We need some shifts, and also international students need a flexible system that enable them to seamlessly transition into employment or entrepreneurship after graduation, along with practical support that addresses housing, administrative, and visa issues all at once during the early stages. And also, we need to foster some social atmosphere that respects cultural diversity is essential. It's very simple, but very important and critical. And my own experiences reflect this. Like after joining Samsung Electronics, I was working with Koika to link the kind of Korean technologies and Indian training. And in the process, what I felt is the kind of the power of the trust that goes beyond system. If there is like when taking an example of Koika program, actually there are some like process that we need to convince the judges of the Koika program. So it means that it takes time for foreigners to build trust. Actually, we need to create some narratives that the foreigners could live in Korea, and even though it takes time for them to build trust. So Korea not only possesses strong technological and educational capabilities, but also has a warm and nurturing system that it develops people. Now that trust must be extended to global talents as well. In the era of AI, competitiveness lies not just in technology, but in being a country where people want to stay. If Korea can demonstrate that it is a place where talents can come to learn, work, and grow together, then foreigner entrepreneurs like myself will be able to directly verify and embody that transformation. He answered based on his experiences of studying and working and starting up his business. He shared his experiences very well. Fortunately, he came back to Korea, and the reason why here is he loves the people and the culture of Korea. I think I feel kind of comfort. So it means that Korea has some hopes in attracting and retaining talents. The next question is related to how we could attract talents. How could we retain the talents? And we need to talk about the role of very different sectors in attracting and retaining AI talents. Up until so far, we have talked that the AI ecosystem, talent ecosystem is very important. And based on that, if the AI talents, we are living in a world where AI talents is moving. And so the second question, actually not a brain drain, but also to become a kind of joint and shared growth. What kind of policies required if we want to move for shared growth?
With the policy background from Australia again, in Australia, demand for AI skilled workers has tripled since 2015. And I think this is quite natural, but underscores Australia's vision to become a hub for cutting-edge technology and talent in the region. We believe that building local AI capability is critical to capturing the opportunities that it presents. And we want to make sure that everyone from developers, deployers, adapters, and users, not just consumers, can benefit from AI. But ultimately, our intention is to set up a strong local AI industry to drive good, high-paying, high-value jobs and the opportunities of AI to have to lead to regional wave of public and private investment into AI systems as well. And in 2024, Australia attracted $700 million in private investment in AI firms. And I think this reflects the increasing momentum in developing and deploying Australian AI solutions. That amount of money may not sound a lot in the Korean system, but compared to Korea, we're not as rich in terms of government and private sector support for R&D. So that money goes a long way in our system as well. The Australian government's National AI Plan outlines ways to ensure we have the right skills and talent to grow our ecosystem. For example, the Australian government is supporting the expansion of domestic AI skill pathways through a program called the National Skills Agreement by connecting industry and vocational, educational and training sectors and supporting industry-linked postgraduate programs to build and retain AI-ready workforce in Australia. We're also strengthening advanced talent pipelines by funding programs like the Next Generation Graduates Program, creating high-value local career opportunities within Australia. We are providing workplace conditions and job security through ensuring transparent, safe AI adoption by protecting workers' rights and involving unions and workers in AI decisions to support retention across industries. Again, augmenting workers' skills, not just simply replacing them. However, it's also important to recognize that when identifying and using AI talent, that it leads to shared growth and benefits for the region, not just for Australia. In that regard, international education for Australia is a great Australian success story. It is a $51 billion sector, and it has educated people across the Indo-Pacific region for decades. And as I mentioned previously, this success is underpinned by strong foundations between governments, industries and institutions, and international education is a foundational pillar of many of Australia's strongest relationships with our international partners. Looking again at the example of Australia and Korea's strong partnership, education and research collaboration forms part of the comprehensive strategic partnership between our countries. That partnership covers security and cooperation, people-to-people links, trade, innovation and technology. It is about sharing resources and ideas and becoming stronger together. As the question refers, AI talent is not confined to a single country. In addition, it is not always possible for every country or every institution to have its own labs or research facilities, even if they have the capacity to invest in local infrastructure. I can think of 2 countries that are exceptions to that, but I think the rest of us need to work together in this space. This would be very costly and space intensive if each of us were to do what we thought was best for us, essentially. So collaboration across borders is essential for the best innovation, research, and talent development in terms of actual outcomes rather than chasing short-term outputs. But to ensure that there are shared benefits for governments, industries, and institutions, we need to govern this through a strong set of rules, and foundations need to be set right as well. Where there is already strong infrastructure for cooperation, AI collaboration can be looked at through these lenses, not as a standalone issue because it's such a cross-cutting technology. It contributes to national and economic security, trade, innovation, and in fact, it will impact all aspects of our lives. As governments, industry, and institutions engage, they should be considering AI as an issue for shared engagement and benefits and weaving that into the foundational infrastructure as well. The Australian government engages internationally to support shared collaboration. This includes working closely with partners like Korea to shape international governance frameworks to reflect our values and interests. The Australian government has signed the Bletchley Declaration, the Seoul Declaration for Safe, Innovative and Inclusive AI, and the Statement on Inclusive and Sustainable AI for People and the Planet too. Australia is working together with countries across the world through the Hiroshima AI Process Friends Group and the Global Partnership on AI as well. The government will try and continue to facilitate inclusive dialogue on access to adoption and safe use of AI. We believe that if we set the right environment and governance framework for safe and trustworthy adoption of AI, the ecosystem and talent will naturally follow. Thank you.
예, 참사관님 감사드립니다. 아시는
Thank you, Chancellor. As you know, Australia is a destination for many students of Korean students to study abroad. And Australia was one of the most popular education destination for Korean students. And that's why I'm confident that Australia is full aware of these global experiences that's essential for global researchers and global talents. So I see that the government of Australia has made a lot of effort in order to establish AI ecosystem and actively working with other nations to contribute to the global standards of AI. Now, I would like to hear from our next panelist on how such international cooperation can be translated into practice within real industrial environments.
The professor of Hansung University, Kim Eun-ju, in order to nurture AI talents in the collaboration with universities, businesses, and governments. Actually, various types of cooperation is required, such as global consortium and joint research. What kind of, how the global level AI talent ecosystem look like? And what are the possible key conditions for the global AI talents ecosystem? Actually, I thought it was my wrong choice to use English. So for the second round, I will give my answer in Korean. And actually, the first and second questions are contradicted one another. And how to retain AI talents? That was the first question. So I gave my answer as kind of public administration and professor. But for the second question, in order to make sure that we could promote AI talent circulation, what we have to do? Actually, so in preparation, I had had been struggling for responding my answer. But if we begin the reality, there are several countries, some of countries in which AI talents are concentrated, like also same as the engineering and science talents. And after studying in Korea, and they want to get experiences of global ecosystem, and they go to outside for work and for further study. Actually, that kind of brain drain is more serious issue in the developing countries. And actually, as a professor in public administration, I tend to take approaches of kind of social structures. So if we are not able to make a structure in which many people, like all the people, get benefit from that system, we are not able to address this issue. And I think that the universities, they have to move to promote the shared diploma and shared research and kind of micro degree. And those are something that the universities could pursue. And the universities shift to become global kind of coalition of universities. That's kind of ideal one. And Kim Hong-gi, which will attend as the next panel. Actually, I had discussion with him, and we talked a lot about how it is difficult to promote global cooperation. And so the only path to survive is kind of transnational collaboration for universities. The icon of universities innovation, Arizona University, I was able to see the kind of Arizona alliances. Developing country universities are joining in that alliances to become kind of innovative universities. That's what I saw these days. And I think that we need to come up with some very symbolic kind of models, such as the regional alliances, to make sure that we could work with other universities around the world. And in terms of the businesses and the company, AI is driven by the businesses, and the universities are becoming followers. So the talents are going and enter into the industry, the businesses. So I think that the universities could support and could help the SMEs in nurturing talents, because SMEs are struggling in attracting talents. So I think in that regard, universities could provide some support. And after graduating, the international students, they go back to their own home country. If they are getting into the kind of AI industry, then the SMEs, or even though big companies, if they want to make inroad to that certain country, then those global talents could support the efforts of the global efforts of SMEs. I think it is happening in the reality. And lastly, the collaboration between the nations and international organizations. Actually, we are in a stage where the systems and institutions are established, but there are some challenges. In ideal world, if like all the country need to work with together to nurture AI or raise funds for nurturing AI, and also after that, they will provide some support for the developing countries to make sure that they could establish some ecosystem for AI like talents, or providing support for some universities. That's something that we could do. And also those kind of actions is being taken in the reality in terms of AI research. Not only the university institutes, but there is research institutes joined by the businesses are established and built. And however, there is some worry kind of some. If we think about the Chinese model, they are attracting their own kind of talents, and European systems, they are promoting the AI research. So Korea, is at a very critical juncture. Which approach is appropriate for us? Actually, we need to promote multilateral approaches in attracting and nurturing AI talents. So every country, they want to attract the AI talent and nurture the AI talents. And actually, if could lead to kind of disruption of AI ecosystem if there is only competition. So we need to come up with some management system, kind of or shared management system, and shared strategies for attracting AI talents. But we are at the very early stage in that competition, so it's very early for me to present some approaches. Thank you for your very meaningful answer. In order to attract AI talents, we mentioned about the competition of attracting AI talents, and international cooperation is required to establish ecosystem. And I think that competition and collaborations are both required. And Korea has developed from the developing country to the advanced country. And in that process, many students went to abroad for studying, and some of them remaining in other countries, and some of them came back to Korea to become and lead the Samsung Electronics and laying a foundation for the advanced AI technology. And they have played a very important and critical role. So I want to say that if one country want to become an AI global talent hub, then the country needs to nurture the AI talents, and at the same time, the country needs to promote long-term shared growth between the domestic students and international students. So we don't know whether the international students to remain or just leave back to their own country. But we need to have long-term strategy to make sure that the global talents could work and could contribute to the development of both the domestic, its own home country's development and global advancement. It is happening right now in China and Japan and Korea. And if you have studied other country, then they could remain in the country to contribute to the advancement of the country or to come back to home country to contribute to development of his own country. I think it's so. That's why we need competition and a collaboration at the same time. And also AI global ecosystem establishment is based on kind of shared benefits. So each country is trying to establish digital sovereignty, and some AI talents are led by or driven by very large amount of investments, which could lead to in disproportionate kind of balance. And in order to address all those, actually we need to work with many other countries, including developing countries. So our concept is inclusive AI system establishment for all. That cannot be done by only one country's efforts to nurture AI talents, but it requires our efforts to use AI as a kind of inclusive tool for all humanities. So that's why it requires international cooperation and close cooperation among countries. That's what I want to mention. And next, I will move to the next question.
한국
So many young talents in Korea go abroad after completing their undergraduate studies, but in many cases, their subsequent career or research trajectory does not reconnect back to Korea. So Professor Park, from your perspective, what do you believe is the primary cause of this break-in connection, and what approaches are needed to address this problem? I think, so to briefly answer this question, so the policies we are making is based on the physical location, numbers, and some figures. So we are working as a gatekeeper. We are encouraging as many people as possible, but these people need to be Korean. So these unilateral policies are designed by the government, and after attracting these young people in the first place, we're working as the gatekeeper so that we will maintain the workforce within Korea. But there are some people who are interested in Korea, but reluctant to come to Korea. But we are limiting the possibility for them to come to Korea. And there are some people who have a positive perception of Korea, but I'm afraid the government of Korea is losing connection with these people. If we have very high level of expertise with experts in Korea, but I'm afraid no company in Korea can hire all these highly skilled people in terms of AI. So they need to have more opportunities in big tech companies. So they'd like to operate their own knowledge and apply their knowledge to actual LLM in large tech companies in other nations. So in order to encourage them come back to Korea, we need to maintain the linkage and connection with them. And it is unnecessary to attract every one of Korean students who are studying abroad. I think if these Koreans can get their jobs and develop their career in the US and other nations, I think there is a possibility for us to connect with them going forward and make tangible collaboration with them. They can be our network base, so they don't have to be necessarily coming back to Korea. So in the past, the Korean government and the Korean businesses tried hard to let them come back to Korea, but that's not necessary. I think we need to let them stay, but they should be our bridge to be connected with the larger market. So first of all, we need to change our perception. And I'm afraid that Korea is more obsessive with numbers than China. We don't have to be obsessed with these numbers. So it is okay to have Koreans spreading across nations, across different nations, because they can be our bridge toward the global market. And online communication and offline communication and all these programs to support the comeback of these researchers. Of course, these packages are important and very beneficial, but more than this, there is a more important aspect. We need to maintain the linkage and connection with these researchers who are working in other nations. So this talent pool doesn't have to be linked to the races, ethnicity, and nationality. Thank you, Professor Park. So I mentioned earlier that students are staying outside Korea after completing their undergraduate or graduate studies. So we are worried about the brain drain. In a way, the late chairman of Samsung Group mentioned that global talent can create 10,000 job opportunities back the home country, because this one global talent can successfully industrialize the whole industry, and this one person can make great impact on the industry of the home country. So that's why, as I mentioned earlier, Singapore, Dubai, Silicon Valley, and other global talent hubs are working hard in order to attract more global talents based on a variety of packages. And at the same time, these global hubs are making sure that the talents they attracted will not leave the city. So they are making sure that their cities has been transformed into more sticky bases for the global talents. So after finishing their studies, they encourage the students to get jobs and stay there longer. But the short-term packages may not be attractive enough. So the environment as a whole and the ecosystem as a whole need to be established first. Without such long-term benefit, we cannot maintain the global talents. So we are taking seriously this brain drain issue in Korea.
Next, move on to next. Next question to Agarwal Pankaj. As a global talent who has experienced various ecosystems firsthand, spanning India, Korean universities, Korean companies, and startups, what do you believe is the most urgent change Korea should make to evolve from a country of learning into a nation where talent can work, grow, and return? And also, Additionally, from the perspective of international students and foreign entrepreneurs, what kind of support is essential to ensuring that connects remaining strong even after they move, so that a sustainable and collaborative ecosystem can be established? That's a very difficult and tricky question. In one way, it's easy but very difficult. And simply, we do not focus only on attracting talents. We need to make sure that the talents could co-grow and could promote shared prosperity. Let's say that if there is a international students come to Korea and he wants to start up a business, and actually investment is very difficult, but the most difficult challenges was public administration. That's why we need kind of one-stop services to be provided, and also language barrier is very difficulties. It's one of the very difficulties. Actually, I could speak Korean a little, and I had many friends who were working at Samsung Electronics. So that's something that we need to consider. And at Tega Heights, while working with Koika, and it's not a matter of ODA, it's genuinely kind of cooperative business. The technology of Korea and the training system of India are connected together throughout the project. And universities, I think if the university want to make the best use of the international students, they need to create some global academia and industry collaboration system. And also the businesses, they need to work with international students for joint research as well. Not only for sharing kind of knowledges, but for shared growth based on knowledge. And those programs are quite good, and I think Korea needs to come up with those programs a lot. The reason I came back to Korea is Samsung Electronics provided 2+2 year, kind of totally 4 years of scholarship program. So after that, I was able to get a chance to work at Samsung Electronics. And also in the process, I was able to learn Korean a lot. So step by step, I made some progression. And after 4 years, and I was thinking that I would have some opportunities to work and to stay here in Korea. And also those kind of quite good programs are required in AI era as well. It means that the big companies need to come up with some support programs. And actually for SMEs, it's not easy for them to work with developing countries or other countries. So if there is an entrepreneur in Korea and he wants to make inroad to the India, then the entrepreneurs could reach out to the international Indian students who are studying in Korea for collaboration. And for shared growth and for shared prosperity, it needs to be at the center of the strategies. And also visa issue is one of the tricky issues as well. So we need to come up with some systems to ease the visa process. So visa issue is very serious and critical one, and why visa is needed, the visa will be issued which is valid only for 2 years. So I think that there are many issues in terms of visa. So if the government is providing some solutions for the visa, then it would be good. And many foreigners there are many foreigners who want to come to Korea, and there is the visa issues which work as a challenges. Then the foreigners would not come to Korea, would not to choose Korea, but still takes time. That's why we need to make the best use of attractiveness of Korea to make sure that many foreigners come to Korea easily. And we need to create some and provide narratives that we could grow and work together. You are running Tag Hive in Korea and India. And could you explain about your company, and in terms of operation of your business, how like the proportionate between the number of Korean and Indian workers? It's been 8 years since establishment. The headquarters is located in Korea and the office is located in India. What we are doing is at classroom, the community students and teachers could collaborate. And our platform is providing that communication at school. Actually, teachers are not able to analyze how well the students are understanding what the teacher taught. So, platform is providing daily basis to make sure that the teachers could understand, each individuals could be diagnosed in terms of their understanding. So software of the teachers would contain some contents. And if the teacher asks questions, then all the students could give answer by hitting some buttons, and in real time, and the level of understanding could be diagnosed. And also, based on meta service, kind of personalized homeworks could be provided based on data. So, based on the data, a personalized homework and assignment will be given to individual students. So, by doing so, at school, we are providing our services for 2,000 classes, and in India, we are providing around 130,000 classrooms. While I'm living in Seoul, I was like given a lot, and I was like, what I want to is that I want to pay back what I have received. And after running the businesses, I think we want to go to the Silicon Valley to become a very good model. And we have 4 Korean people, and we have more Indian people. It's because in the beginning we had more Koreans, but while running business, I found that the Indian market is bigger than Korea. That's why we hired more Indian employees. So we have like around 50 employees from India. And not only focusing on India, and we are trying to hire more Korean people because we are planning to like watching the Malaysia and Vietnam markets. But when I making road to the Vietnam market, it was very easy for me because our company is based in Korea. So every day I could gain insights and I could gain some impressions, and also I could understand the strengths of Korean market, and also I think I could make the best use of the benefits from Korea and India at the same time. Thank you for your answer. When I listening to your answers, actually Korean strong model is kind of K-education and K-IT. But in terms of edutech, IT and educations are combined. That's why the sector is something that Korea could be very strong. So the CEO of Tech it was started as an ODA business, but you are doing very well in running your business. I hope that your company is very successful so you could go to the US market. And we have some more time, so I will give 2 to 3 minutes to each panelist.
생태계 구축입니다.
So regarding the establishment of AI ecosystem, there are many requirements to be met. Not only the location, but also other responsible participants of global members need to join their hands in order to establish an ecosystem of AI. So regarding the establishment of AI ecosystem, will there be any comment you need to add? Yes, within Australia, in order to establish ecosystem for AI, of course, talent is required, but data center or high-speed internet network are required. And the strength of Australia does not have a strong competitiveness in manufacturing sector. That's why we need to work together with Korea going forward. I'm managing the mineral investment. So in order to attract more investment into mineral development in Australia, I talk a lot with Korean companies. And Korean companies are well aware of Australia and they are interested in Australia. However, there are a lot of considerations to be made before actually making investment in Australia. Against this backdrop, the government of Australia is making more pinpointed and surgical approach to attract Korean companies to decide to invest in into Australia. I think same approach needs to be applied to the talent attraction. We need to make more flexible approach in order to attract more talents into our ecosystem. Thank you for your attention today. Professor, please. Yes. One of the concerns I mentioned is that Korea is torn between Chinese model and European model. Today, from Korean perspective, I think Korea is more closer to the model that prioritizes the nation itself, like China and the US. And given the geopolitical situation, Korea has unavoidable situation. So we are just following suit of the US and China. But under the circumstances, one thing we should remember is that the ecosystem of global AI talent cannot be achieved by one single nation's effort. When everyone is competing against each other, we can never create ecosystem for AI talents. So just like we are making efforts to the homegrown AI talents, at the same time, we need to set up an infrastructure where the global AI talents can be cultivated. And this kind of efforts cannot be unilateral, but a mutual effort should be made between different countries. That's all. Professor Pak, please. Yes, lastly, I'd like to mention that I'm not trying to criticize any specific policy here. When a certain industry lacks talent, then the government unilaterally sets a target like 30,000 talents should be cultivated by which specific year. But this kind of unilateral policy or unilateral targets are not effective because this fiber term is not long enough to cultivate highly skilled professionals. And the government is monitoring the PhD and master's students. However, that's not the problem because geniuses these days, like high schoolers, can go abroad in order to start their career because they are geniuses. And I understand the approach of the government. They need to apply this kind of policy on an immediate manner because just 1 second they can be outperformed by other nations. But the policies do not consider the situation enough. So the top of the top performers are recruited by the European and American companies, and the companies in the US make sure that these top performers are advanced further within the organizations. But this kind of long-term system is not in place in Korea, I'm afraid. And in the era of AI, so encouraging these global talents to come to Korea and pay taxes to the Korean government and live in Korea, this is unrealistic approach. We need to take more realistic approach. Back in 2012, I had an opportunity to have a lunch with Chairman Lee Gun-hee of Samsung Group. One of the comments he made at the time was that talents are not summoned to be taken, but they are to be invited and welcomed. So in order to welcome these talents to Korea, there are a lot of preparations to be made. As mentioned earlier, when you go to a bank, there are very complicated processes to be completed. So this is one example. We need to establish an welcoming environment for the global talents. So these global talents should feel the sensitivity and sense of welcoming in Korean society. And Korea has number one education system, but strategically, we need to have a clear vision. So based on a clear vision, these strategies should be set up and the implementation of such strategies should be made. So this vision has to be illustrated with figures and clear picture so that everyone can understand the Korea's vision for AI era. Thank you. So, this topic was about the ecosystem for AI, but now I'd like to switch this topic to the ecosystem where AI talents are welcomed. So through today's discussion, we were able to understand the hub that's being pursued by the Korean government and also other governments. As you heard, there's a long way to go from the perspective of Korea. An environment where global AI talents can stay, enjoy, and live will take a lot of time because it's all about people and culture. It cannot be achieved overnight. And also, this issue goes beyond the Ministry of Education, but we need pan-ministerial efforts in order to establish such a friendly ecosystem for global AI talents. We need to make sure that this open culture for foreign AI talents is established in Korean society in the longer term. And again, the cultivation of AI talents cannot be achieved by one single nation's effort. And also, this global talents issue is not zero-sum game between global countries. In order to address AI's inherent problems, we require global cooperation, and ODA projects can be a great example where global participants can work together to deal with AI inherent issues. Thank you for paying attention to the discussion until the very end. This concludes our panel discussion today. Thank you. So there have been a lot of wisdom and insights. Once again, I'd like to thank the moderator as well as panelists. So this concludes the session 1 of the afternoon program today. I hope this insight shared through session 1 will contribute to the ecosystem of AI in the global stage. Now we'd like to have a short break and continue with session 2 for the strategy and cooperation in education sector for the era of AI. Snacks are prepared at the foyer. Please enjoy the snacks. To commemorate the moment, we'd like to take a group photo.
활짝 웃어주세요. 화이팅 할까요? 네, 하나, 둘, 셋. 인재 유치를 위해 화이팅! 네, 감사합니다. 수고 많으셨습니다. 네, 잠시
May I have your attention, please? We are going to start session 2 of the 2025 Global AI Talent Development and Education Forum. Please make your way to the hall and be seated. Now, we'd like to proceed with session 2 of the 2025 Global AI Talent Development and Education Forum. Please make your way to the hall and be seated.
Session 2 is now about to begin. We kindly ask all participants to please make your way inside and take your seats. Thank you. 네, 이제 이곳
Now, let us begin session 2, National Strategies and Global Educational Cooperation of 2025 Global AI Talent Development and Education Forum. This session, under the theme of National Strategies and Cooperative Networks for the AI Era, will feature an in-depth discussion with distinguished guests. This session will be moderated by Dr. Dongdaemun, President of CARIS.
Jong, President of CARIS, will be serving as chair. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him up to the stage. 여러분, 박수로 무대 위로 모시겠습니다.
Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
네, 이어서 좌장님과 함께
Next, I'd like to introduce the 4 panelists who will join Dr. Chung for our second discussion. First, Dr. Stephen Vincent Lancrin, Deputy Head and Senior Education Economist at the OECD Center for Educational Research and Innovation.
At the OECD Center for Educational Research and Innovation. 다음으로 첨단 분야
Next, Professor Kim Hong-gi, Chair of the Advanced Convergence Universities Council and Professor at Seoul National University. Now, we have Dr. Kang Jong-soo, Director of the Blue Dot AI Research Center. Welcome, Dr. Kang. Lastly, we have Director Ujokboy Begimklov of the Institute for Retraining and Professional Development of Higher Education under the Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Innovation of the Republic of Uzbekistan.
Under the Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Innovation of the Republic of Uzbekistan.
Now, let me hand the microphone to the moderator. Good afternoon, everyone. Hello, everyone. My name is Jung Jae-young, President of CARIS. It is a great honor for me to serve as the moderator for the second session of this Global AI Talent and Education Forum. So, I was impressed by the enthusiastic discussion we had in the first session. Now, together with these 4 panelists, I'd like to make a more productive discussion in the second session. So in this session, we will explore national strategies and global cooperation networks required to lead in the age of AI. So while in this session, we'd like to focus on the national level strategies and international cooperation frameworks that make such ecosystem possible, while the previous session examined how AI talent can stay and grow from the perspective of individuals and education. So this session is more about the future direction of our cooperation. Today, AI is more than a technological innovation. It is a transformative engine reshaping national growth strategies and the very structure of our societies. AI talent is now a form of global circulating talent, moving across borders to learn, conduct research, and collaborate across diverse industries and diverse cultures. Against this backdrop, talent policies can no longer focus solely on competitiveness within domestic education systems. So it is no longer meaningful to cultivate talent within national territory. AI evolves far faster than national policy cycles, and therefore, one single country cannot fully build and maintain a complete talent development system on its own. That is why we need a long-term and mid-term structural strategy for global collaboration, an ecosystem that enables shared growth among nations. When generative AI was first appeared, there was some discussion to put the development of AI technology on hold for 6 months and establish a policy framework first. But we were not able to do so, and now AI evolves much faster than the evolvement of policies we make. Now, AI strategy is not only connected to the economic policies of a nation, but it goes beyond economic policies, but to education policies and even regulation and international cooperation. Universities must globalize their curriculum and research platforms, and industries must view talent not just a workforce, but as partners for co-growth. Collaboration among international organizations and governments is more critical than ever. In the era of AI, the competitiveness is defined not by the speed of technology, but by the depth of cooperation. The future national strategies must move beyond retaining talent. Instead, we need to design global networks where talent can circulate and grow. In this session, we have distinguished panelists from the OECD, Korean universities, and industries, as well as Uzbekistan's higher education sector. These distinguished panelists will share valuable perspectives on national strategies, international partnerships, and sustainable cooperation models. AI talent is shaped not by technology alone, but by collaboration. I hope today's discussion becomes the starting point for a new global partnership that transcends national competition and cultivates the talent that will lead the AI era together. So this session will focus on two topics. First, artificial intelligence has become a defining element of every nation's innovation capacity, and how countries develop AI talent and build sustainable ecosystems and governance structures is emerging as a critical determinant of national competitiveness. accordingly, countries are seeking new approaches within their own education, research, and industrial systems. So I'd like to invite our panelists to share their views on the direction of the national strategies and the policies for this AI talent cultivation. So my question is the directions that the national strategies and talent development policies need to take in the future, in the era of AI, and what do you think is the most critical turning point for building a sustainable AI talent ecosystem? So I'd like to ask Dr. Stephen first, who have traveled to Korea all the way from France. So, Mr. Stephen, you have compared a lot of policies of nations regarding AI, not just allocating more budget and increasing the amount of investment. You realize and highlighted that it is not enough to increase the amount of investment into AI. So I'd like to know the key aspects the OECD member countries are stressing in order to build their AI policies. And also, in order for AI to be utilized in the aspect of education, what kind of global standards we need to establish?
First, this is really my pleasure to be here and to participate in this discussion. It's been very insightful to hear the keynote and the previous panels. So let me answer your question, and for that, in fact, there are two different elements that we can see that most of the OECD countries are currently trying to address. The first one is AI literacy, and so it's really how does everyone engage with AI, understand the technology, and try to even develop some of these different things. And on that particular aspect, as you know, the OECD is not a standard-setting organization. It suggests, but it works collaboratively with many different countries. And we have just actually released a new AI literacy framework, which was developed with the European Commission, and which will be the basis of the next PISA innovative domain in 2029, which will be on AI and media literacy. And so there are four pillars to this framework. One is engaging with AI, which is really the idea to understand how the technology works, so the training, the hallucinations, etc. The second aspect is creating with AI, and so it is really on how to leverage the tools to create something new, develop, new videos, pictures, etc. And the last one is really managing AI, and which will be included in the PISA framework, and that's really more about, the ethical dimensions of it, and of engaging with the tool. The last one, which is actually much more related to what is going on in higher education, is designing AI. So that is not something that will be assessed in the PISA assessment, which, as you know, is for the 15-year-olds. But it's also, of course, one element, and we talked about this morning, on the specialized AI skills and AI talent that is also needed for that. And I think it's in higher education, one of the big thing that is also changing is the use of AI tools for research and for developing science. And so I think there is a new kind of responsibility in higher ed, not just to make sure that people continue to be AI literate, but also that develop these types of tools, and that the use of scientific specialized tools are actually becoming part of the higher education literacy of students. Second aspect, and most of the guidelines are really on that, it's how do we adopt, and the colleague in Australia mentioned it just, in the previous panel, how do we adopt AI in a safe and trustworthy way, and how do we actually use it effectively in education and in higher education? Well, the big difficulty with especially generative AI, and we have to distinguish a little bit the different types of AI, but with generative AI and with general purpose generative AI, one of the difficulties is, of course, that you could let the machine do the work for you as a student, and in that, when you do that, not learn much, you know. And so one of the big challenge for many countries is how do we actually continue to engage with the tool, but how do we need to change our ways of, you know, educating, assessing students, and how do we adapt, you know, to this new reality. And so most countries are developing guidelines. We at the OECD have also developed guidelines. We have a set of guidelines on for the effective and equitable use of AI in education that we have developed with Education International, you know, the federal federal teacher union, you know, International Teacher Union Association. And we are currently working on the development of a new set of guidelines specific for generative AI. And it includes a lot of different elements, but I would like to highlight two of those. One relates to teachers, you know, and teachers' professional development. And that's really a tricky one, one that is a challenge in almost all OECD countries. It is actually not too difficult to include some level of AI literacy, understood as how to integrate these tools as part of your pedagogy, you know, as a teacher. But that's something that you can do in pre-service. In service becomes very difficult because in most countries there is no obligation to actually do in-service education. And when there is one, it is optional what you want to choose, you know, so that if you are not interested in technology or in AI, you could actually decide as a teacher never to take any training in that area. That's actually one reason why there is this emphasis on the digital skills of the students, you know, with the idea that if teachers have to develop the AI skills, for example, of their student, then they have to develop their own skills for that. And so indirectly, it creates a little bit of pressure. But I must say that's a real challenge, you know, to have, you know, the teachers really being able to adopt these different tools in a you know, pedagogical way. The second, because we, you know, when we do guidelines, we tend to focus usually on governments. We need always to say that, you know, we need more AI literacy of students, of teachers, etc. But I think that one of the responsibilities we don't highlight enough always is the responsibility of the edtech providers, you know, and the edtech developers, and how they also have to contribute that, you know, to develop educational tools which are actually not just meant to enhance the performance of the students when they do a task, but which are really designed so that the students can learn when they actually use them. And it is really the start of the journey. You know, we have a few examples of these tools already that are being developed in different universities. You know, different companies do it, and actually Carrie has shown some of examples of those tools today. But there is still a long journey to really understand how we can leverage these technologies in such a way that we can actually, you know, learn, or that they can really support teachers in understanding, you know, some new aspects of the learning process, or they can give them feedback on how their students use actually these generative AI tools. And so that's really a second aspect which is really very important.
Thank you, Stefan. 중요한 말씀 많이 해주셨는데 첫 번째로
Thank you for your answer. And PISA of OECD actually is very impacting a lot in relevant countries. Depending on the PISA research, they are coordinating their educational policies. And he mentioned about the post-PISA, which the OECD is developing the AI literacy factors. And the target will be the basis for the other countries' policy basis. So I hope that you could do well in developing the post-PISA.
저도 굉장히 공감한.
And also he mentioned something that is very relatable from my perspective too. So edutech all these AI-related education services and technology can be used as an important tool, but the effect of the tool and efficacy of such tool can be differentiated depending on the user and the expertise of the user. In this respect, we need to develop the capability of teachers who will be the main users of such edutech services. And lastly, he also mentioned that something I can really relate to. When we design these AI education tool, we need to make sure the participation of teachers and students are secured, because this AI-based education tool is for the sake of better education. So we need to understand the context of utilization of such AI tools in the education field. To understand such perspective, we need to let the users, which are the students and teachers, participate in the process of design of such AI tools. And the experiment and the feedbacks that are collected from the users should be reflected on the design process. So he very well explained that the CARIS's policy direction, and I think this perspective has to be shared in the global community. Thank you once again. Now, I'd like to take a look at how these policies are reflected in the field of education, how the government policies are being implemented and applied in actual universities. So my question goes to Professor Kim Hong-gi. Professor, the pace of industrial transformation accelerates dramatically in the AI era. So I think there's growing concern that traditional university-centered talent development is no longer sufficient. In this context, how should governments allocate their resources? And also, how should universities, local communities, industries, and the government work together to build an interconnected talent platform? And in your view, what roles should the national level standardization, shared infrastructure, and intelligent governance play in establishing a sustainable AI talent ecosystem? So I'm afraid my question may be too complex. Yes, it was such a grand keyword. So let me answer based on more detailed and small-scale keyword first. So fundamentally or philosophically, we need to respond to the question, the fundamental question, what is AI? So I studied psychology, and I earned my PhD degree from psychology and also philosophy, as well as computer science. And also I studied business management. And also I engage in biomedicine and medical studies as well. So one of the projects I am working on is this Innovation Convergence University project based on big data. This project is funded by the Korean government. It related to biohealth, secondary battery, semiconductor, and all the cutting-edge industries have been collected into this project. 67 universities are working together in this project, and 7 or 8 universities in 8 different segments are working together in this project. More than $50 million have been invested by the government annually. So this is a huge project. It has been operated since 2011. So through this project, we have made a tangible achievement. And a couple of months ago, we organized a workshop and we decided to share our achievement between different segments under this project. And also, we'd like to share our achievement on the global stage. And then, based on such information shared, we'd like to make one step further. So I think this project is the only project that decided to share its achievement openly to the global stage among all the projects that have been led by the Ministry of Education in Korea. So again, going back to the small-scale concept, we need to think about what defines the talents. The reason why we started to put the word learning with this talent is because we wanted to maximize the learning capability of individuals. From AI literacy to advance the AI model development, we are trying hard in order to cultivate highly skilled AI experts. One philosopher once mentioned that a relationship has to be the center of future education. And in the morning session, one presenter mentioned the importance of end-kind education in AI era. So even though one individual, and however smart one individual is, this individual cannot be called a genius anymore because of AI. Going forward, we need to highlight the importance of adaptive learning, personalized learning, and different types of learning for machines. And I think finally we are able to apply these different types of learning systems to machines. Now, thanks to AI, we can have different types of persona of education. These AI models can adjust paces for different individuals based on the learning capacities of individuals. And secondly, according to different paces and different education levels of individuals, we can ask customized questions back to the users. To do so, we need to establish an intuitive AI system. So this concept has been thought a lot by philosophers so far, but this concept is realized thanks to the AI technology finally. Then I was surprised to see the different achievements made by the project participants under this one project. And one of the segments supported the startups created by students and also SCR paper creation by the students in rural areas can be supported by AI technology. That means going forward, students no longer need to go to universities in order to get degrees. I don't think PhD will be necessary in the future in the first place. And even though one wants to obtain PhD degree, they don't have to go to universities. That means universities need to change their perspective from learning to relationship. So from systems perspective, we need to make a better system and better platform. In the past, we wanted to make connected platform where all the talents are connected, and this concept exactly has to be established today. So even before AI technology appeared, we wanted to design this kind of connected platform for education. So when we first created this concept, there were three elements to be considered. First, data-centric digital transformation. So about 100 disciplines can be included in the platform. And based on data, different disciplines and different subjects could be created within one platform. And today we have Evolvement Learning Platform or ELP. So AI has routing function that can support LLM and SML. And depending on the prompt, this AI will determine the tasks. For example, in ChatGPT, in order to respond to one question, it takes advantage of 70 tokens. But in smaller scale language model, it takes advantage on only 10 tokens. So although the quality of the answer may be undermined compared to ChatGPT, it is more economical because it takes advantage of 10 tokens only. So this kind of small scale language models have been created by the project I'm working on. So 100 subjects are huge, but thanks to the model we created, we can create a vertical AI model. So one of the projects I'm working on together with Oslo University is that a platform, the medical platform that has been designed for some incurable disease. This AI model is very small scale model, and it has minimum set of sensors because of the limited budget. OpenAI spends a huge amount of money for their cloud, but we are spending only a limited amount of money in order to operate this small scale model. So producers will be, in this case, the professor and the students. I think you are familiar with learning by doing, but today it is more like learning by making. By making a system, they understand what kind of elements need to be reflected on a system. So on purpose, we are sometimes injecting hallucination into AI model. So for example, after giving 2 hours of AI ethics lecture, we ask 20 questions and we inject hallucinations. Then out of 20 questions, majority of the answers are wrong. And we teach the elementary students to make adjustment and fine-tune the answers. By doing so, we can make sure these students can create better quality AI. So the students have to understand what's wrong and what's done correctly by the computing system. And also based on these judgments, we organized competition where students can compete against each other in order to judge the wrongs and rights done by the computing system they created. And throughout classes, we defined the problems and also created problems on purpose, and each problem became a project topic they create. And through these different projects, students tried to set up different standards. So far, I've touched upon just one example, but I think similar approaches have been taken in other projects as well. I'm afraid the Minister of Education is not here, but there are a lot of projects ongoing in suburban areas, but these projects are not managed effectively. So I'd like to encourage the Ministry of Education to micromanage all these different projects in suburban areas as well as the universities in capital area too.
교수님.
Thank you for your answer. It was really attractive. And I will listen to your answer at the second round. And in particular, the point that talent, competitiveness in the AI era, you mentioned about the project groups. And also, you are in charge of all the project groups. So I know that this project was very successful. And each university, actually, many people are talking about the collaboration among nations, but I think the collaboration among universities is becoming more important. And as previous panelists said, there is some disconnection between departments in universities. So under this circumstances, there is some kind of communication and collaboration among universities. I think it's meaningful. And the second one, you mentioned actually as a professor in education, I was very impressed. And you mentioned about the paradigm shifts and data-based learning platform. Actually, it was mentioned in theory, but it was great opportunity for you. I think that to implement what we have talked up until so far. The ELP kind of evolved learning platform, you mentioned that platform, and also M-shaped kind of talent. Those are important points. And I emphasized I-shaped talents in the past. So the talents which is only specialized in one country, in one domain. However, now we need to move to M-shaped talents. But going forward, I think 2M and 3M, it means that the M-shaped talents are connected together for the future. So it was really interesting case, like Busan and Daegu. You mentioned about the Olympiad among students. It was really interesting. So I think we need to have another forum to talk about that experience. I think that would be really insightful discussions for students and teachers and professors. So we will wait for the second session. And for the third question, I will give the question to Kang Jong-soo. In AI era, you emphasized the importance of the ecosystem that a city, university, and business grow together. But the universities exist kind of isolated from cities. That's what you mentioned. But in other countries, actually one town or one city is quite closely integrated with universities. So we cannot tell where is the boundary of university or where the town. But in Korea, the story is quite different. So communication and collaboration among businesses and industries and universities, actually that's something that we need to promote. So what kind of approach we need to take? The case that you mentioned is about San Francisco and some some Stanford universities. The Zhejiang University is the birthplace of DeepSeek, and you are mentioning that kind of examples. But I have a different opinion. In terms of nurturing AI talent, what we have to think about is actually we need to think kind of by different layers. And Macron, president of France, and if we look at many European countries, actually they have discussed about how to narrow gaps among countries in AI. In Meta, for Super Intelligence Lab, they take another like talents from other businesses. They invested around $100 billion to take them. And Jeff Bezos, the CEO of Amazon, created a new company, which is Prometheus. 100 talents were moved from OpenAI and Google and Meta to the new startup. And so it is very fierce competition in attracting AI talents. Actually, we have seen that competition. It means that there is no talents coming to Korea. So generally, in terms of OECD, it is thinking kind of considering all the OECD member countries. So we need to work together. That's something that we need to talk about. But we need to define the problem properly. The problem is that there is no talents at all. And also talents in Korea, they are moved to the US and France and Germany. And in terms of China, actually Zhejiang University have worked with Alibaba in Hangzhou in kind of trilateral collaboration. So they try to solve the problem of talent, a lack of talent. So what's the problem of Korea? Actually, children of the elites, they go to the medical schools or go abroad. or the law schools. I'm not meaning to like criticize that kind of trend like ethically, but how to stop that trend, that's important, and that's what we need to discuss. I went to Pohang and Gangneung this week, and students from elementary, high school, and middle school, they are in desperate reality because they are not going to enter universities in Korea. So AI education, whether it could address the inequality or whether it could like expand the inequality. We need to think about that. But at now, like, is it meaningful for us to talk about the M-shaped talents in the reality? So in terms of like policy, we need to find out some solution to the very fundamental issues. Like AI literacy education is good, but it's nothing related. It has nothing to do with serving and addressing the gaps like AI and digital literacy. And why Code Blue is issued? The new like startup was launched because it is in very fierce and cutthroat competition. Whether Korea could survive in this cutthroat competition, actually, in thinking about that, we need to think about how we could provide better educations for our students. Actually, Hangzhou, they are copying the kind of strategy of the US. So Alibaba worked with Zhejiang University and Hangzhou. Alibaba set up and launched their own corporate institute in that university. What did DeepSeek do? DeepSeek announced that we will hire the kind of domestically graduated talents. Only two like managers working in DeepSeek from abroad. DeepSeek wants to give kind of vision and dream for the students who graduated in domestic universities. That's something that we need to think about in coming up with solutions for the problems of Korea. It was very critical opinion. So he mentioned that we need to thoroughly analyze the current situation to come up with the solutions. General solution is quite important, but more deeply we need to think about the more practical solutions, taking examples of Hangzhou and Alibaba. And various approaches and various diagnoses are required at the moment. When we have fever, we need to focus on what the reason, the root cause of the fever, and to come up with the solution. That is the thing that we have to do. And also we have to enhance fundamental. So with only one solution, like, is not helpful for us to address the root cause, get down to the root cause. That's what he mentioned. And I hope that we could listen to another solution at the second round.
Now, we'd like to take a more global perspective. So today we have a lot of Uzbekistan participants, and I understand the government of Uzbekistan is also putting efforts to the development of AI. And Mr. Uzbek Boy is working hard in order to develop the AI ecosystem in Uzbekistan as well. So can you share your effort in order to build such ecosystem in your country? Hello, everyone. Thank you for giving me this interesting question. I am working on the national policy and national strategy for AI talent development. So Uzbekistan became independent in 1992. The population is around 370 million or so. And today, more than 100 million people are working on AI industry. That means the population has been increased on a dramatic pace, and the Ministry of Education is paying attention to the fastly increasing population to be covered by our education system. So I'd like to share the policy direction of AI development. So AI policies has to be designed at the national level, of course. Once again, thank you for this interesting question. The global talent development in AI segment should be combined with more comprehensive national policy. At the same time, AI should be developed in 4 different pillars. First, Uzbek's AI development was commenced by the former president 4 years ago through the master plan for the ecosystem development plan for AI. And today, we are based on the AI development master plan strategy that was announced October this year. And secondly, the quality of AI talents has to be encouraged in the education system. And especially the teachers have to have high level of AI capabilities. So through customized training programs for teachers and instructors, we are providing training programs designed for the teachers. And these AI specialized education programs are being delivered to more than 700 students, both in PhD and master's degrees. And also, we have designed a special program for existing teachers at schools to improve their AI-related capability.
Sun'iy intellekt asoslarini o'rgatishni rivojlantirish, ya'ni ertaroq umuman ta'lim tizimida maktabdan boshlab bevosita shu o'quvchilarni sun'iy intellektdan foydalanishga, samarali foydalanishga o'rgatish, laboratoriyalar markazlari tashkil etish va turli tanlovlarni o'tkazish orqali motivatsiyani kengaytirish zarur deb hisoblayman.
Third, we have to strengthen the basic education for schools and universities, and also we need to enhance motivations for students by conducting some competitions. And this, on November 28th at the International Forum, the President Shavkat Mirziyoyev announced several new initiatives at the opening ceremony of the International Forum on Artificial Intelligence held at the International Conference Center. The AI sector in Uzbekistan has entered a new phase, and the program to train 5 million AI leaders nationwide has begun. So 475,000 students will receive basic AI education, and 150,000 teachers will receive training and capacity building training, and 100,000 civil servants will receive AI education, and AI lab and educational centers will be established nationwide. And AI startup competitions, hackathon, and Olympiad will be held for young people. In addition, about 100 outstanding young people are studying at leading universities around the world through the AI Youth Unit Foundation.
Fourth, it is essential.
Persona sungi yillarda 10
Fourth, it is essential to build the necessary infrastructure for interdisciplinary cooperation and the development of the startup ecosystem. To this end, an international digital technology center has been established in Uzbekistan. For example, thanks to the introduction of digital diagnostic systems, more than 50,000 patients have received accurate diagnosis through AI. And also, the consultation times have been shortened by a factor of 5 to 7. The innovation ecosystem in the IT sector is also growing rapidly. A total of 300 million US dollars in investment has been attracted. In order to introduce an AI ecosystem across all sectors, a large-scale supercomputer cluster will be built next year in cooperation with NVIDIA. And when building a sustainable talent ecosystem and governance framework, the most critical turning point for countries developing human capacity in AI is to align the supply and demand of talent and to stabilize the human resource ecosystem. This way, we can make differentiated approach depending on a country's different development level. And this creates the foundation for the training AI specialists within the country. For developed countries, the key task is to retain the highly qualified talent they already have and to introduce AI effectively into the sectors of their national economies. So we need to establish a governance structure where education, research, and economy can be combined together.
First, the government-led AI strategies, and in the form of the announcement of presence, it was very impressive. And the second one is to strengthen the teachers' ability. The government is putting a lot of efforts, so the teachers and professors' capabilities will be enhanced through some project. And as a key project, 5 million leaders like training. Actually, it requires a large number of projects for retaining, and startup ecosystem is created, and that's what you emphasized, and the policies among the developing and advanced nations, you compared, and which was very impressive. Thank you for your answer. So we just ended the first round. Just we are on the halfway of the second session. So I hope you could shorten your answers for the second round. I think that I made quite a long comment, so I try to make short comments. And now we'll begin the second round. Actually, AI talent, we talked about the government policy, but going beyond the national boundary, the AI talents could grow across national borders. So kind of converged kind of talents. So based on your discussions, actually, we are very impressed with that. There are many AI converged talents here. Just going beyond, however, going beyond competition for shared growth, what kind of cooperative models is required? That's the second round. And my question goes to the Stefan first. The AI talent grows across national borders. There are many concerns that policies or data from a single country alone have limitations. So to cultivate AI talent together on a global level, what types of joint research and joint curriculum and data cooperation models do you think each country should build? Like in OECD, you have been leading some cooperative projects, so could you explain further?
Let me start by, well, of course, I think that international cooperation is really, essential. And one aspect of it, and I would like to get back to some aspects of the discussion before. I think that, you know, international mobility of students and of scholars is really important, and I very much like the focus that, you know, we had today on these. I'm not saying that it's going to solve every single problem, but one of the things that is happening with international mobility, you know, it's not just that people are coming to Korea so that they can contribute and then, you know, they may stay or not, or it's also that it's going to change the higher education system, you know. So one of the things that enhance the quality of the system, that's really why many countries have tried to internationalize, you know, a country like Germany, which had a good higher education system, but what they felt was that it was a little bit too stable, and so we needed to bring a little bit of movement, and internationalization was one of the ways to actually do that. And if you think of Tsinghua, for example, you know, they may look very Chinese, but most of them have been trained in many other countries, you know, so that, and they're coming back. And so just saying that it is something which is very important in the cooperation, you know, between countries when we think about, you know, the global talent, and not just to think about it in terms of you know, brain drain, but really as we did, you know, a few years back in terms of brain circulation. So that's really one first point, you know, that I wanted to highlight. In terms of joint research, and that's also one of the things that we actually do at the OECD, or joint data. One of the things where I believe we should have more cooperation is on setting some level of joint metrics, you know, for the use of AI, and so that we can learn from each other and we can know what is going on in different countries. You know, we can compare, you know, compare some of the results, and we don't really have those right now. In fact, if I ask most OECD countries, what is the level of adoption of AI in your higher education system, in your education system, the answer is that they don't really know, you know, that's to use to do what, etc. So really the kind of the basic information, we still don't have it, and so that is something that we can actually, you know, jointly work on so that we can continue to compare what is going on in all the different places. I think a second area which is very important is to do joint research, you know. So one of the things that we can easily do is to bring together the research that is done by, you know, academic researchers on the use of AI and what is the impact of it and how it's going to work. But in many cases, this type of research will remain relatively limited, you know, in number, etc. And what countries, you know, Korea and others, Uzbekistan and other OECD countries can bring is what is actually the promising practices that they can see. Things are going very fast, and we need to really try to understand, even if we don't always have the most robust evidence, what are the good strategies to do two different things. One is actually to use Gen AI as part of learning scenarios in a way that actually lead to actual learning. And the second one is actually to redesign some of the pedagogical ways of practicing, just because generative AI and general purpose AI is available, so it, you know, and so how do we make sure that even if people use it, it doesn't actually hamper their learning, but they continue to learn as much as before. So I think that the second aspect, you know, learning, which is really important. And just two quick points to try to remain short, you know. I think that the point on the global South collaboration is another one, and I really liked, you know, the mention of the small language models and, you know, the exploration of what we can do with these small language models, which sometimes, you know, just work on a mobile phone, you know, that you have in the most developing countries, for example, and how we, you know, so all the work that is labeled sometimes AI unplugged, which basically works with low levels of connectivity and low quality devices, but nonetheless, which allow people to engage with this new technology. I think it's really something that, you know, we need to really look at as well. And there was another point I wanted to make. And yes, and the last one is on the M-shaped. One of the things that Gen AI is really pushing us to do is to get back of what are the things that we believe is central and foundational for our education. So, of course, the knowledge is one of aspects which is foundational, but one of the things that higher education institutions and education systems have to redefine is what do we call foundational, now that AI will be able to perform some of these things, and so what are the valued knowledge and skill that we want to keep as human beings, and that's where we believe should continue to be cultured. And I think that's really where the V part of the M shape is very important, these skills such as critical thinking, creativity, empathy, ethical reasoning, etc. And so how we actually put much more emphasis on that, and how we make it not just a motto or an introduction in our syllabi or in our institutional declarations, but a reality and practical reality. And for that, we have to work together to understand as well how this can actually be done.
스테판, 땡큐. 요약을 더 짧게 제가 해.
So let me summarize once again. So if regarding the mobility of AI majored students and AI experts, and also the need of paradigm shift, and I think these topics are very controversial in Korea as well. How Gen AI could be used by university students, and in these cases, how professors are supposed to evaluate the scores for the students. So there are these new standards to be established, and also the problems have to be defined in order to address these issues. I think these are global issues. Once again, thank you for your in-depth answer. For these, I think global cooperation is required as well. Now, let me turn to Professor Kim Hong-gi. So, just like the example you shared in the first question, so we need to remove the boundaries between universities, and we need to make sure that there are a lot of use cases where different universities can collaborate together. I think I would like to expand these cases into the global stage. Is there any possibility where global cooperation is possible? Before I answer the question, in the morning session, there have been a lot of examples of the US and China. And one of my friends working for Tsinghua University in China, he is such an expert in AI. I invited him to a lot of conferences to talk about the future of AI. So I had a chance to witness the progress of Chinese AI. And also, I'm working on the horizontal survey regarding the AI involvement in China. But I think the solidarity and the method of solidarity is a bit different in China than Korea. On the surface, it may seem like China is strong when it comes to solidarity, but it's not the case. So when we establish and construct air carriers, each country has different system for the construction. Like the US, Europe, and China all have different strategies and systems for the construction of aircraft carriers. And I think if such a system is established in Korea, the construction of aircraft carriers will be easily done in Korea as well. So I think Korea needs to welcome a new type of solidarity. The Korean education system is such a unique model from the perspective of foreigners. And some people in other nations say that Korea's unilateral education system has a strong potential. So thanks to this strong education system, I think Korea can realize its great potential. And recently, I invited 5 Singaporean university students. And the education program supported by my university was pretty successful. So the university in Singapore want to dispatch more students to Korea. And these Singapore university students love Korea and Korean university's education system. And together with the students, we made more than 5,000 online contents. So each content is module type 10-minute long video, and we created different syllabus for different video contents. And I think the volume of such video contents can be accumulated and combined with other curriculum, then the amount of video contents will be exponential. And also, the simultaneous interpretation and simultaneous lip sync technology could be applied to these video contents. Then on a real-time basis, the lecture will be delivered into different languages. And these contents could be operated together with the foreign professors. So I'd like to say that we already have such good quality of content for education. And in our consortium, we have college students as well. And the students from suburban areas are participating in our online lecture system as well. And they are getting good performances too. So I think if we have this system in place, we can attract more talents. And different types of talents can be nurtured in this solidarity model. So we have built strong global network, and each different global network has different method for collaboration. So going forward, we'd like to make a comprehensive network based on these different global networks by different projects. So in my university, I was the only professor who was engaged in this global project. So it wasn't easy to change the curriculum at the Seoul National University. As this was all about virtual education, the Seoul National University did not allow me to start this virtual online education system. So although this virtual university I created may seem empty on the surface, but I think this is true education because we can provide high quality education and also assess our students. That's why I believe it has to be recognized as actual education system. Thank you, Professor Kim. He mentioned the strength of global networks established by the projects he participated. And he also delivered some solutions to attract more global talents to Korea. Also, he mentioned the problem of scale, how we can create a platform where money, which is investment, and human talent can be attracted. As we have Uzbek university's presidents here, I think through in-depth discussion with them, we will be able to make more globalized platform. And this platform can be further expanded, which can be an important task for all of us here. And also, Professor Kim mentioned that his projects created more than 6,000 online contents. And actually 106 projects have been gathered. And in my project alone, we have created more than 6,000 video clips for virtual education. Yes, volume-wise, you created basically a new college and new department. By doing so, you successfully removed the barriers between different departments and different universities. So you created a new model for sharing knowledge, and the platform can be expanded not only to the online but also the offline scope. Now,
next, I'll move to Kang Jong-soo. We mentioned that the AI talent is crossing borders in a very competitive world. So in global world, whether we could work together to nurture AI talents, if it's possible, then if we consider the very pressing challenges like lack of talents and gaps among regions, how to address those issues. in what approaches. And under the circumstances, the level of technology and education of Korea is quite high. But I mentioned before is that actually the young people, if they grow and get into the society, we would face very bigger problem. And in simply put, actually, it's our first time to garner like attraction and popularity among other countries, like with K-pop and K-culture. And some of my German friends, he said that my son went to Korea for the love of K-pop. Actually, it's kind of like incredible. It means that Korean society is becoming really like enjoying a very high popularity, and many foreign students are paying kind of tuition for kind of domestic students. That's what I could say. And how we could embrace the international students as our like member who could stay longer in Korea. And also we need to combine international students and domestic students together. And if I take an example of the Mistral, the reason why it could grow that fast is that actually the AI French talents went back to France, but they brought all the friends from India and Pakistan, and bringing the other like countries' elites. I think it was very great. So I think that if we have very high potential in Korea, then we could retain talents to make sure that they could stay longer in Korea. It means that we could bring many AI talents from other nationalities. But it is related to the visa and kind of living environment and educational issues for their children. Actually, those kind of infrastructure has not been fully like established. There are many PhD students who could come to Korea with their family, like with their like children, how they could raise their children in Korea. Actually, all the infrastructure needs to be established for them to stay in Korea with their family. So with that established system, and I think that there are some international talents who could come to Korea and to stay in Korea with their families. So that means that we need some infrastructure and system for the family and family members of the AI talents around the world. And there are many college students who want to come to Korea, and I think that we could find some hidden gem among them. And also there are many international students who came to Korea for just learning language, but I think that among them we could find very good quality talent as well. So kind of general education system is something necessary, but at the same time we need to provide some like systems for the top talents in AI. In that regard, I think Korea should think about our own national interest as well. Actually, in history, it's kind of quite unprecedented opportunity for Korea that since Korea is quite popular among the world. So it means that Korea is very kind of appealing destinations. If some professor come to Korea for some conferences, they go to Olivia and they go to some like other places to get something requested by their family members. Actually, this is quite unprecedented and remarkable opportunities that we need to take advantage of this time. And also, we need to accept the global talents without discrimination. Like many talents, global talents went to the U.S. because of American dream. Even though it was kind of white people oriented culture, they came to the U.S. for the American vision. So I think we need to create some environment where the international talents come to Korea and enjoy the kind of attractions of Korea. We need to think about visa and education for children. We need to address those visa issues and education issues for their children in order to attract more people. Actually, we need to overcome the white people oriented perspective, and we need to have some cosmopolitan approaches to attract and retain talents. Thank you for your answer. The 2025 gate in organizing this forum, we had the first session and opening and first session and second session. If we analyze word data, then I think that the mostly mentioned word was visa. Actually, visa was mentioned the most throughout today, supporting for life and educational supports and visa, and all those terms were mentioned a lot throughout today. So I think that we had Kim Young-ho, the member of the National Education Committee, and I had discussion with them, and we discussed that we need to address the visa issues as well. And I'm not sure whether we could do it but anyway, the visa issue is the most mentioned term and issues. So until we could address that issue, we need to think about it a lot. And I think that's something many people agree, how to create an environment where the international students could stay longer and how to embrace them without discrimination. And it means that we need to preciously treat the international students and talents to make sure that they could stay here longer. I think that is one strategy that we need to think of. It requires kind of cross-governmental level efforts and cooperation. And you pointed out the issues for the first round, and actually you addressed your issues from the first session.
The last question of the second session goes to Mr. Uzurkoboy from Uzbekistan once again. So you mentioned the systematic approach for the development AI in Uzbekistan. So we've discussed this matter many times. We realize that Korea alone can pursue the true development of AI. And I think in Uzbekistan, you understand that there are a lot of limitations to pursue development of AI. So what kind of approach or strategy is in place to collaborate with other nations? Thank you for your question. Countries need to develop sustainable and interconnected cooperation models to cultivate globally competitive AI talent. As AI technologies transcend borders, youth exchange and scientific collaboration depend on openness, trust, and mutually beneficial relationships between nations. For example, in 2019, through the 1 Million Programmers Project, launched in partnership with the United Arab Emirates, more than 2 million young people in Uzbekistan have enhanced their knowledge and skills. This is a good and prime example of our global cooperation. In addition, in Silicon Valley in the United States, a national transfer office has been established. In the AI field, to identify and motivate promising young people, Uzbekistan will launch the presidential competition for AI. Each year, the top 100 participants will receive internship opportunities In the United States, the UAE, and Europe, as well as Korea, at leading technology companies. Personally, I believe cooperation models for advancing the AI sector can be implemented in the following ways. First, global cooperation in education must be strengthened. Advanced universities across countries should establish joint educational programs and set up shared laboratories and AI research centers. This will facilitate free academic exchange for students and researchers. Second, international AI standards and ethical norms should be harmonized. In order to ensure safe and responsible AI development, countries must establish shared ethical standards and security protocols. This will enhance global trust and openness of AI technology. Third, research and innovation clusters in the sector of AI need to be expanded. Scientific and practical experiences in AI should be exchanged, and transnational joint research has to be supported. In addition, shared startup incubators and science centers need to be established to foster effective cooperation in AI. Fourth, we need to enhance international mobility of talented young people based on better conditions. Academic exchange programs, extended internship opportunities, and scholarship programs will effectively support the growth of young professionals. And these internship programs and scholarship programs need to be better customized so that we can give more opportunities to young professionals. So cultivating this young AI talent cannot be achieved by one single nation's strategy. It needs joint efforts of different countries together. When nations collaborate based on mutual trust and shared development goals, a stable and innovative global AI ecosystem can be emerged. Thank you. I was surprised by his comment. Uzbekistan seems to love numbers as well. Korea is very obsessive with figures when it comes to goal making, and I think Uzbekistan has all the more bold objectives. 1 million programmers program is very impressive. And as a result, 2 million programmers were achieved. It is really impressive achievement. And also he mentioned the importance of a standardized ethics and cluster organization and cooperation. And I think this will be shared importance between all the nations, including Korea and Uzbekistan. Once again, thank you for your comment.
1라운드
Compared to the first round, I shortened my comments for the second round so we could save time. And so thankfully, we are given an opportunity to give 2 minutes closing remarks to each panelist. So would you please, 2 minutes comments, last comment.
I will be short, perhaps. Yeah, so just wanted to just finish, on the importance of, working internationally on grappling with the use of AI in education and developing the AI talent that we want to have. I think we are building, a lot of interesting guidelines nationally, internationally, on the ethics, and what we need to do now is actually to work together on the implementation of the guidelines, and so go to that step from aspirations to actually practices and how to put them into practice. And I believe that we would like to do it with Korea, and we hope, and with everyone at the university level, at the government level, in all different fora. And I think that it's wonderful to have this forum that you have, and there will be more, and let's work together.
빨리 두 개만 말씀드리겠습니다. 첫 번째,
I'll give you two comments. We are operating summer school every year, which gathers 4,000 students. So for the next year's program, we will invite Korean ethnic talents who are living in other countries. So through webinar, we are planning to send live stream the sessions. And in terms of global collaboration, what we could do is, actually we are operating 18 project groups. So we are doing the AI for us project. We want to translate it into kind of some sessions. And secondly, I met a teacher at the disabled schools. They want to run some AI program, but they did not have enough budget. So throughout some projects like AI for a Care Bridge, we are trying to come up with some programs and to promote global cooperation. The important thing is to be very optimistic. In Korea, students in regions and locals, they need to think that we could have better future through AI. We should them think like that. In the past industrialization, before industrialization, many people were like slavers. So only 1% of people were dominating the world. So I think the vision and motivation that I could become and live a better life, that is some motivation that brought changes in our world. So students in locals and students in regions, we need to give them hope that they could have and enjoy better life. That is the real motivation. And globally and in Korea, actually, the technology restructuring led by China, and also that is not the only way. And we need to make people think that we could have another approach. Actually, it's quite kind of too ambitious. But many regional people, rural people, young people went to the Paris and to big cities for a better life. So whether in Korea, whether in other global societies, actually AI is not the kind of only solution, but I think that AI could give us new approaches and open new opportunities. And I think that we need to think about the new opportunities that AI could give us.
nutqlarida ajoyib fikr aytildi. Koreyani maqsadi aynan sun'iy intellekt.
Distinguished guests, the target and goal of Korea is to promote collaboration among nation, university, and industries. I hope that you could achieve your goal. And I think that in Uzbekistan, we held one of the forum under the theme of AI usage and AI adoption and AI technology advancement based on international cooperation and through mutual programs. So I hope that we could run mutual and and joint projects. And since Korea is quite advancing, so if we, in Uzbekistan, if we adopt the technologies from Korea, then we could have better advancement approaches. And for a better and close cooperation, Uzbekistan is always ready.
2025 게이트의 첫날 그 아침부터
And for today's forum, we had the opening ceremony and first and second session, and national strategists to become the leader in AI era. We had discussed a lot and shared insights. Panelists shared their views and insights, and I think there is one common, clear message. AI talent cannot be raised by only one university or by one nation. So, as a result, it requires cooperation among universities, among nations, to foster AI circulating talents. So I think we have built some consensus on that as much as we could adopt some declaration. So we need to announce the Dongdaemun Declaration. That's what I think. So as such, we have had very in-depth discussions and reached on very great consensus. And this cannot be done by only educational sector. It requires nation, university, and industry all together, and local communities as well, and also up to the international community organizations. And we need to build a very strong solidarity among those entities to make sure that we could have shared a goal to be achieved. So, and also we need to go for competition and for sharing kind of like solidarity altogether. So at every single people, we need to do our best in our position. But everyone, every entity needs to have common goal to grow together and to have shared prosperity, not only for Korea, not only for OECD, not only for some one country. Actually, we have to build a consensus to collect our knowledge to go for a shared prosperity and shared goals. And I think that in that regard as well, actually the competition will become like fierce. But we should avoid a situation where the technology that make some people left behind. So we need to emphasize the importance of inclusive AI. I think I thank all the panelists for very in-depth and meaningful discussions going beyond building ecosystem for AI talents, but we need to think about the total kind of general AI ecosystem. And within that ecosystem, you need to keep thinking about what kind of framework strategy we need to take. Nevertheless, we have all the panelists, esteemed panelists here, and I think that we could have a stronger network and cooperation between Korea and Uzbekistan and next PISA of OECD. Actually, I have very high expectations on it, and I hope that you could set very good and quality standards, international standards. I try to wrap up the session. I meant to put an end at 5 sharp, but we have like 2 minutes over. And thank you all the participants for your attendance. Thank you for your insights of panelists, and thank you all of your leadership moderators. Give them a big round of applause again. And with that, we will conclude the second session of the 2025 GATE. It was following the keynote speech. We had the session 1 and session 2 to discuss strategies of nurturing an AI talent and promote educational innovations. I hope you all had very meaningful time, and thank you all for taking time. And it's cold outside today. I hope you could stay healthy, and I hope you could do well. Thank you for taking time and your attendance. Thank you.